Well, hello. Howdy, everyone. It turns out I can't stop thinking about this game. Hi, friends. Hi. How you doing? Happy Monday. You got a game? Hell yeah. Have you played any of it, Saren? Only like 5 minutes. I'm so curious, like, different events and stuff like that, and how they play through, like what all can happen. You're deep in Rainbow Brim. I saw you found the Moon's Tear. And Link looked absolutely done with the seed. Final mask hunt. Ooh, boy. Plenty of chick, but only one thing left. Ooh. That's always fun, right? Right? So yeah, we're gonna play a little bit of this tonight, and then I'm gonna play Cultic, which is the game I got from Matt for my Secret Santa. It's like a a first-person shooter, kind of like in the style of like old Doom and Wolfenstein kind of thing, but obviously like made modern, and it's still got, you know, like pixel graphics for the like the simple 2D, you know, hands holding the guns in the foreground and stuff. It looked really cool. I love those like retro-inspired games, so very excited to try that out. But we're gonna do a little Roadwarden because I can't stop thinking about it. So last time we, let's see, let's look at the map. We cleared out the goblin camp here, or the hunters cleared out the goblin camp, and then I went in and we found a little bit of a potential clue as to maybe what's going on. We don't know what it means yet, but we found like a sign that was discarded. We cleaned up, I think, like all the stuff on the eastern side. We've done some work for Foggy. We've done some work for, the guy at the Pelt. I still don't like the people who are in Howler's Dwell, but the mayor wants us to gossip, like find out, stuff that the other places are keeping hidden. The elder was like, hey, I can heal the people in Old Pagos because there is a plague going on in there, but we need to sacrifice stuff to the beholder, which that's a thing. So I don't know if I want to do that, but I would like to help the people of Old Pagos, so I'm gonna try to figure out if I can do that without, you know, I'm assuming killing people. He gave us one of the stones that the witch had as well. So I'm thinking maybe if we get the one from the witch, that'll be enough. Cause it needs the mana, the pneuma or whatever that's the game works off of. But I don't remember what were we doing this time. We still have bronze rods of place. Oh, we need to go back to report to Foggy. We're still looking for the hunters. I do want to find, there's 2 towns I haven't found yet, which is White Marshes and Gale Rock. So I think that's kind of what we should do. Is just find those. Which could be here. We can't go this way. Although, actually, can I go this way and just ignore the tunnel? Hang on, I'm gonna try that. The detour is not as smooth as the main road. A wagon could make it through, but even so, you have to squeeze between some narrow corridors. Hoping no beast is going to jump at you from a ledge, you walk, leading your mount with an axe in hand. In the middle of the road, after reaching higher hills, you take a glance ahead. Even from here, you see the sun reflecting the ocean. There's also a pillar of smoke coming from the distant west. There may be a volcano somewhere behind the horizon, but you can't tell if it's part of the peninsula or maybe yet a stranger land. Once you get to the other side of the mountain, you find a northern entrance, blocked by a large bronze gate, so tall and wide you're not sure as if something could open with your muscles alone. There's a keyhole as well, as large as your hand. I do have that giant-ass key that we stole from the tunnel. Yo, okay, nice. Get a good look at the village from a distant hill. It's torn between taming the crags and succumbing to their whims. The gray boulders are rotting teeth of a giant, sprinkled around by an ancient spirit. The carved cave mouths are covered... Ooh, I like the music. Covered with wooden doors. There are only a few windows, but you can imagine how dark and cold the gouged-out rooms have to be. The buildings and walls made of logs or stone blocks must be younger than the caves. The impressive whitewashed keep, standing on the top of the hill in the west, could just as well have been built in the city. Smoke rises from both sides of the wild river. You see many busy souls as they go about moving tools, food, and timber over the bridge. Your arrival at the eastern gate causes a curious glance, but the only person who approaches you is a man who's sitting at a table, discussing something with a few elders. He's carrying a crossbow on his back and a long rusty knife at his sides, but doesn't reach for them. The man has to be older than 40, wears an elegant blue-green linen tunic, but no armor. His skin is yellowish, like seaweed seen through a sunbeam. His long gray hair is tied in a ponytail, and his beard is trimmed to half a finger of length. A few large cysts make him look sickly, but his powerful, truculent voice adds to him strength and confidence. "Cheers, stranger. You meet Scale Rocks, did you?" He observes your mount, then looks at the path behind you. "I see no caravan from here. Are they coming?" He suddenly meets your eyes, and this tone he gets into her. "Are you here to idle about?" You have to get used to some of the local words and phrases that you've only heard coming from the mouths of the oldest of city folk. The vast similarities of the tongue of Haviland and these make differences more distracting, like a gloss pulled over a core page of a codex. I have things to do, won't bother you. Show you some tricks on my way. You know, sticking yolks and eggs, imagine. Roadwarden, hear solve problems, not cause them. Yeah, I like that. "Another Roadwarden? Are all them parents in the South too dumb to teach their kids how to keep their fingers in their own pots?" He shakes his head with an exaggerated motion and looks at the elders at the table. "A Roadwarden, see that?" Trying to cut the conversation short, you lead Bumptious inside, but you're stopped right away. "Leave it by the walls until it's nightfall, right? We ain't clearing our roads after any drifters, bards, or adventurers." He speaks with growing disgust. "Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on it." Tether your horse to the stems of a shrub, and the man nods with approval, then turns around. "Can you tell me anything about the village?" Stops at a place, then glances at your boots. Right. We fish, we salt fish, we sail fish. Our brave ones trade barrels for whatever we can get at other villages, but not much else to it, you see? Life here's slow." Without another word, he returns to a group of elders, where he helps one of them remove bones from the meal. I was meant to speak with Cassia. Finding her takes quite a few minutes. The other guards claim she's patrolling the grounds around the village, but you find her sitting on the western wall. Once she sees you, she straightens up, greeting you with spread arms. "An outsider in our delightful village." Her shouts make you stop long before you reach her. "And how can I be of service? Do you need help with the bloodthirsty beasts? Are there treacherous bandits chasing after you? Have you lost the taste of life?" Her sudden laughter makes the pigeons fly away. "Speak, speak." "Heard you like to be a huntress. Hey, Gonzor, how you doing?" "Splendid. As long as you can promise we'll head to Portia for a filling dinner first. I'm ready to leave first thing in the morning." Her voice remains loud, adding to her confident gestures a cheerful stance. She's wearing a decent gamson, but lazily put on, without tightening the straps and cords matching her loose, sturdy short hair. She's large, both tall and wide, but has a prominent stomach. The only weapon she's carrying is a club longer than your arm, but she swings it with enthusiasm. Her dark yellow eyes are as large as dragon bones, but you can't read much from them. Tell me about your talents. I can crush, I can smash, I can catch, I can dispatch. She takes a wide swing and steps forward. I tore out the first harpy head when I was 8, bare hands. She shows you her open palm, twice the size of most humans. Troll hand, sister calls me. Until I... She hits the air between the two of you. Fighting's one thing, but wilderness takes cunning. You catch the glimpse of her hesitation when she narrows her eyes, but she soon returns to her loud self. Strong lady, we like. There's a lot of strong ladies in this game, which I'm a fan of. Are you eager to hear the tales of my deeds? Want me to tell you how we lifted the curse, blocking the mountain trail, or how I led the Saurians away from up here? Without me, this place would have fallen long ago. You're not satisfied living here? Great home, great people, great fish and salt, but the beast? The space to grow? Tiny. Suddenly she looks down and clears her throat, then points at you with her weapon. You ain't saying you don't believe me, do you, stranger? Before you respond, she bursts into laughter. I guess so, we're a busy tribe. I better not hear you're causing trouble around here. Cheers. She says the last few words while being turned away, heading towards the top of the nearest hill. Gatekeeper. Have you heard about the plague? Plague? His voice is close to a shout, but few people glance toward the two of you. The guard grows pale. Better take it to our head woman, Warden. We're planning trade with them, we were. Were you working with Cassia? Stops you with an annoyed grunt. What'd she do this time? Getting no answer, he waves it off. Right. I give her orders sometimes, but she's a tough rock. You won't get polished easy. More often than that, she's the first one to run away, saying she'll get the others. Give me a break. Kind of undead. Right. They almost got my wife, they did. When they tried to check out the locked passage. We sway away from there, but talk to our digger. She's there with the toys. He steps from the wall and looks towards the nearest table where an elderly woman is putting together a humble structure from wooden building blocks. Have you been bothered by bandits? All she in her group? You're wrong. She's from here. She wouldn't bother us or our neighbors. She's just one of the lost free folk. Couldn't force herself to come back here. The events that can't be changed now. She's just hunting for treasures and ruins, trading. That's where she gets her stuff and coins. I'll say this one, but I regret it. Okay. Head woman's in the keep, says the young basket weaver with legs too short and thin for her to stand on. But she's not very patient with strangers, she's not, or with loud neighbors. Thank her with a nod. Place may be messy, but not impaired to its function. Preparing it for defense wouldn't take longer than a few minutes, and judging by the walk of the bailey, it could stand an attack from a large squad of soldiers. Current state of the place makes you think of Haviland, whose stronghold yard and temple walls are often surrounded by small peddlers, few of which are even allowed to set up their stalls. As long as they don't hinder anyone else's tasks, they're allowed to pursue the scarce scraps of open space. Bright walls stand out of the other structures in the village. As far as you can tell, the current layer of whitewash is still fresh. A large entrance door is ajar, a wrinkled man sitting on a pillow placed on the stairs. He's not wearing a gamson, but the fine steel sickle sword at his side makes it clear he's not just a regular guard. He stops what he was doing, carving a figurine from a log, and stands to greet you. Cheers, Roadwarden. Savernia was told about your arrival. Follow me. He may be old, but he's tall, with long, thin arms of a sea folk, neatly groomed beard, and his gray hair in a ponytail. As you follow him, you're hit with the scent of cloves. I got more tea again today. Got that honey lemon tea. Delicious. The door's thick and can be barricaded with 2 wooden bars. The hall is filled with benches, some of which are placed on top of others, giving more space for now. There's one path to the next floor, suspiciously covered with planks. Free of the roaring of the river, shouts of the workers, chaos of the animals, smell of cooked food. The room is well lit by sunlight and candles, and quite drafty. Roadwarden's here, says the guard, and approaches the desk, standing between you and the old woman sitting behind it. Take a closer look. So far, she hasn't spared you much as a glance. She's writing on a large wax tablet with a stylus as large as a dagger. And since she's a bit stooped, you only see her from chest up. She's wearing a thick, warm dress in the color of a cherry. An even darker, modest hat that's covering her hair. She could be older than 70, yet her face and hands have been scarred from scars harsher than some pockmarks carved by illness. Words. If you were to encounter in Haviland, you would expect her to be an official or maybe a rich scribe. Some of her belongings, however, wouldn't have been found in the city's desks. The wax of her tablet isn't dyed, instead keeping water in a cup. She has a large, colorful seashell, and the winged hourglass placed on the stone stands out made of dried seaweed. Crossbow's pointing at you. Resemblance between her and the elder is stunning. Though she's slim and a bit taller, she wears a simple dark blue and black woolen tunic. She's resting on a chair and looks at you almost without blinking, with hardly any movement, like a cat staring at a rat, trying to judge if you're a defenseless prey or a threat. Yeah. Help from a Roadwarden? Raises her violet eyes only for a moment. What do you think you are, outsider? Some lost tribe desperate for help from adventurers or vagabonds? Our village carries blood older than your city does. We've endured hardships you couldn't imagine. Her accent's not as thick as among the younger villagers, keeping a shadow of the years when the guild had its tighter ties with the peninsula. But since she has no teeth, you have to think for a moment before you recognize some of her words. Better tell me what you want from my people, and scat. Her face shifts into indifference, and then, still holding her stylus, she once again bends over the tablet. Talk about the plagues. She looks at the perfumed man who's standing with an open mouth. You glance at the crossbowman who has lowered her weapon. The head woman, still without a word, leans forward and rests her forehead on the back of her hand. Let me think. After a minute, tell him to gather the council once your meeting's over. Say nothing. Do you have any work? She runs her eyes over you, then frowns with the mountains of a hint of subtlety. Show me first you're worth something. Work with our fishers. Find someone seeking a messenger. I don't need a stranger before autumn, when we'll trade for winter grain. What are your thoughts on Cassia? The thought I'm bearing right now is I'd rather not spread rumors around those I look after. Her annoyed eyes contradict her calm voice. Can you bother the elders with such questions, or speak with Petronius, the gossip? We'll be happy to share any dirty laundry he touched. Necromancers. You almost jump away when the crossbow woman shifts her position, but she turns out to be uncomfortable with the way she's sitting. Severnia smirks, but as she starts to speak, her voice grows worried. What happens in the White Marshes is a sign of cowardice and weakness. I've seen my share of harsh years, and I sympathize. I do. With the tribes that had to feed people with tree bark or decide which mother will eat to feed infants. But all them walking corpses will get out of the charms and murder their masters, like they always do. And instead of hunger and cold, they'll face the end of their souls. All we can do is keep ourselves safe. Fine, farewell. Petronius? You exchange gossip with a few of the locals, but to no avail. Finally, someone taps you on the back, and as you turn around, he smirks at you. Want to talk? I can talk. He's a short man, dressed in worn gray, black woolen robe with a belt as wide as your hand, and a buckle decorated with large shell, now placed annoyingly just 2 inches away from the center of his stomach. Onsta! I'm pointing! How you doing, Onsta? Thank you for 21 months. It's story time. I'm pointing too. Oh, these jelly beans were green apple. Gross. Boo. I was hoping they were lime. You'll take them? Okay. I'm sending to you, Austin, okay? Check your CD drive. I got like a little bag of Jelly Bellies. For a little Christmas goodies, and it's like red, white, and green jelly beans. The white's coconut, which is like, but I'm not a green apple fan. I got some questions. Oh, am I gonna have to pay him? 1 coin, 1 question? Fuck this guy. What are the red ones? Cinnamon cherry? Let's see. It looks like there's 2 different red ones, because one's like a little darker. That one's definitely cherry. That one's strawberry. Cherry and strawberry. Alright. Who in the village can sell me decent equipment? That's a good question. You'll get dinner from the cook. The tailor fix mostly old rags, she does. Maybe our bathman has something, but the armorer won't sell much to an outsider. Oh gosh, am I gonna have to actually keep track of names here? Because no one in the town will help me. Where's my pencil? There it is. Okay. Horsia, Rufina, Aquila, and Tatius? About your neighbors getting robbed by strangers. Let's ask about Cassia, because I need to know. The opposite. Can't stop lying, can't stop arguing. Used to drink until she fell to the ground, until she was banned by the head woman once she fell into the stream. Almost drowned. Something's wrong with her. How many do I have? I have 12. Looking for someone. Let's do, Porcia first. Your group cooks for the entire village? She grins. Right, safer than fishing, you know? She squeezes her revealed stomach, which is unusually flat. You notice how muscular her arm is. I move a lot, so I eat a lot. She lets out a chuckle and moves a large basket of freshly cleaned apples inside the building. I'll have a few years before my back gives up, but I've done enough to deserve my slower days. Three bunches of wild plants. Do I have that? I'm gonna give her that. Nice. Looking for someone. Let's do Rufina. On the counter behind it, there's a mature woman, though you can't precisely guess her age. The flame dancing because of your movements distorts the shadows cast by her wrinkles and large nose. Her bright red tunic is light, made of something lighter than hemp or wool. Need something patched up? After a nod, she looks into the store. Good, I'm better at fixing tears than making togs. Take a look. My neighbors walk in and out and put whatever they feel like wearing, but I ain't wasting our fabric on outsiders. Maybe you'd like some jewelry? Okay, we have half armor right now. Outfit repairs. That would be nice because our outfit is in tatters. Oh shit, a sewing kit. I'll work for 2 hours. I definitely want that repair kit as well. Bone ring looks like something from here. Made it myself, I did. As a little lass. Someone used to be madly in love, but now it's taken by the storms. He's better at digging than sailing. She puts the ring on the counter. His wife is still around, though. Leave it to me for 2 coins. It'll mean a lot to her. Take it. Much appreciated. Takes out 2 dragon bones from a box that's indistinguishable from the one with fasteners and leaves the ring on the counter. Thanks. Okay, let's go to Aquila. Ask about washing myself. He frowns. Who are you, child? What's your name? I'm Aquila. We bathe in tubs, right? I have warm water in the shed. Tell you about your services. Bottle of perfume. So I think if I get this, I can get like max appearance because that's the 3 ingredients I'll need for it. I'm gonna do it. He grins and asks you to wait with your horse. Nice. Which one do you want? Rose, lavender, violet, rosemary, clove, cherry, rosemary. This place is... I should have been here first. I got all this shit. Tadius. Armory. Looking for better equipment. Came to the wrong village. We don't sell anything we've stored at our armory. We need those things for ourselves. Kite shield, so large it could cover half your shell with ease. It's a gift we received, but we don't use such a shape. It's too weird. Shield for 4. You're not used to using it in combat instead of arrows. How are the roads tonight? They're good. We found Gale Rocks and bought a bunch of shit, and now I'm broke again. So hey, Fry, happy Boxing Day. Happy Boxing Day to you too. Okay, those are all the people. Yeah, she won't see me anymore. Okay. It's too late to apologize. 3 hours and 15 minutes. So we can go to... We're in Gale Rocks. I don't think they'll let me stay here, so I should probably go to Foggy Lake. And we can also talk to her about what the other lad said. Approach Foggy. I had a talk with Eason. What'd he say? Cover up for him. After your tail, she scratches her knee. So you're saying Asterion is to blame? Fine. I'd rather hear about it from the hunters themselves without waiting for them to wake up. Thanks. Pat your shoulder. That's a big help. I lied to her. I feel bad. I need a soul who won't steal from me. I'm not sure it's you, dear. Shit. She knew I lied. Dang. Can't use... Outfit doesn't require work. Potion. Spirit rock. This will blow my head off if I use it. I'll just pay 1. Oh, do I? Do I have raw fish on me? I don't think I do. Not anymore. Oh, okay. Oh, I guess I did catch 3 fish and I never did anything with them. Yeah, they were sitting in my inventory. Oops. Yo! Damn. Hey, bud. Where's the fucking ball? Save? Okay, I can save. Where's my ball? Froggy! Our game was so good, you were playing game. Did you get a better ending than the first one I saw? I approach Froggy. What do you got for me? No. All right, so yeah, I think I pissed off Foggy. That sucks. You got lunch to get to? Nothing can beat the big moments. The big moment where he said, what's behind this door? When they were like, open the fucking door. So good. Let's go to, I think this is going to be White Marshes. You're not used to the scent of the bogs, but you weren't expecting them to be so gentle. The humid air makes you think of smoked meat, and even though you ride by a few rotting carcasses and animal droppings, just as you often cross tiny meadows of pink, yellow, and red flowers. The noises tell stories of never-ending wars between swarms of insects, frogs in their hideouts, snakes lurking among the purple grasses, birds patrolling both in the water and sky, and the saurians preparing to strike from beneath the surface. You can't separate the sounds of the living from those of the dying. You reach a boulder in the middle of the road and on the edge of a large pond. The road splits from here in 2 directions, but the only smoke you see is to the southwest. Okay, southwest is the smoke. So let's go this way. The leafless plants resemble tree roots rather than creepers. Even though they're dark green and sway from side to side, side to side, Bump just stops without a command, unwilling to approach. I recognize the mushroom growing behind the creepers. Once they're gone, I can pick it, but only in the middle of the day. Okay, let's go a different way. I'll come back here in a minute. I don't know what it is about this game, but listening to you play the game has given me some of the best sleep you've had lately. I'm glad I can help, Epic. I got jelly beans stuck in my throat. Oops. The road takes you to the edge of the woods. A few trees have found lucky scraps of soil towering over the water, while others, shorter and not as lush, have roots sunk in the pond. Some of the plants were felled with tools, so the route itself isn't so dark, while a few sunbeams getting through the weaker branches on your left are surrounded by darkness and swarms of insects. Help! Help me! A sudden cry as well as screams of pain reaches you from a tree, a woman or a child. What's this game about? So we're new Roadwarden in this this land to the north. The Roadwarden's purpose is kind of be like a messenger, ranger, kind of like sheriff, like help everyone mercenary kind of thing. We also have a secondary objective, which is to convince everyone to fly the banner of the Merchant Guild and basically like be protected by the Merchant Guild and also pay taxes and stuff like that, which we really haven't even started doing at all. I have 40 days to do it. I think we're on like day 8, 9, day 15. Oh shit! I gotta do something. Whoops. But it's a text-based adventure game. There's like RPG elements. Here's our stats. There's only 4: health, food, appearance, and armor. And you'll have like little, if it has like a dice by it, that means it's just a random roll chance. And you try to survive and not die. And we're still kind of exploring the map because there's still quite a lot we haven't explored. Like, I think there's stuff over here, and then I only went through here quickly, so I think I'm missing a lot of parts in there. But it was dangerous. I try to spot. Among the green and red leaves, you don't see any unusual colors. Come to think of it, there are few creatures in sight other than flies and mosquitoes. The dark-winged birds are quiet. The sparse toads let out a sporadic, tense croak. So I remember someone told me one of the creatures sounds like screaming. Bumptious seems to agree with your decision. It enters a trot, leading you further east. A minute passes, but you still hear the constant shouts, as if someone's getting whipped to their very bones. I'm sure it was a trap. Right along shallow waters on one side, flooded roads on the other. As you look north, you see a wide clearing that with time has become a meadow and a lonely hut at the end of the often traveled path. At first you ride down slightly, followed by a twisted trail. There's plenty of puddles around as well as brown, gray, and purple grasses, but all of them are too short for any lurking predators, and the few foxes you see are far away and don't pay you any attention. You pass the fresh tracks of heavy, hoofed beasts, but spot no wild game in sight. Your ears can't free themselves from the birds, rodents, and dragonflies. Ride carefully if Bumptious's leg gets stuck in the mud. Oh, Bumptious is the name of my horse. Farther north you ride, the shorter the grass gets. These vast peat fields, broader with 2 or 3 villagers placed side by side, are many years old. The turf bricks surrounding the solitary hut are still fresh, dying in the late summer light. House made of birch wood, dried turf, and a blanket of soil is a structure you're not too familiar with. But imagine its interiors are much smaller than they appear to be. The walls are a few feet thick to keep in the warmth, and such roofs tend to get soggy until they collapse after a decade or so. The only soul in sight is sitting on a bench, stuffing his mouth with fistfuls of green leaves as he takes out a small basket and places it on his knee. Still chewing, he mutters something in response, shakes his hairy head, swallows, puts the basket away. He stands up, takes a single step forward, approaching the edge of the scarp. His arms are entangled by green creepers, longer than he is tall. They rub the ground after each step, and judging by the way they occasionally twitch, they're very much alive, even though you can't see where they originate from. Damn the Roadwarden, he repeats, this time clearly. He moves his sealed lips left and right as he's tasting your name, but still not sure if he could swallow it or spit it out. Your face familiar, but not this. He points at your mount, staring at it for a good minute. His voice is quiet and young, not what I'm doing at all. No older than 30. If you were standing next to each other, he would almost be a head shorter than you, but for now, he towers over you. He has sunken cheeks and sloped shoulders, and while his gray woolen robe was never pretty, it's now close to being a rag, and his sandals reveal long toenails. His eyes are brown and dark as the grasses of this very bog. His left earring is made of a tusk and a feather, while the right one is an hourglass made of silver. Through the broken wing makes it look all the time tilted under its own weight. The leather strips on his wrist and ankles hold beads, pieces of amber, old game dice, tiny skulls and birds and critters. Even more cords are hanging from his neck, some of them long enough to reach his stomach. They carry countless amulets, some of them torn, dried, shabby, and fragmented. You spot among them small boxes made of wood and bone, as well as leather pouches, which hide even more secrets. What's in my pocket? Were you here before? Mayhap I dreamt you in my sleep. His voice and look are absent. So I'm Thyrus, the turf warden. Is warding turf difficult? Dreamt? Hang on, what? Are creepers like living vines? I'm just ask about it. You do? There's nothing behind me nor east of here. All you can do is turn back. He looks at you in silence and yawns loudly. His teeth are yellow, but they don't seem to be neglected, at least from far. You're off the main road, stranger. What for? Some plains are blocking the way to White Marshes. With a horse and no guide, we'll get swallowed in no time. A monster's in the mud. He raises his hands, waggling his fingers as if he's casting a curse. My green pelt keeps the troublemakers away. I can make an exception for Warden, one willing to prove they bring gifts. What's the toll? He reaches for a basket and places it on the lower edge of the scarp. Crouching right beside it, you look inside. Indeed, it's filled with wild leaves, flowers, and berries. Give me enough for a day or so, and I'll bend the vines for a day or so. He purses his lips and toes, flinching nervously. You think I cannot find those myself? Fine, go ahead. He mutters with resignation. You throw enough fruits and leaves to fill up his basket. He snaps his fingers. Done. You live here by yourself? Yep. Warlocking, peddling, garden turf. My tribe dug out what they can this summer. I keep dragons away from squashing them bricks. Your eyes turn west, following the man's raised fingers. You indeed notice a distant trail of massive three-figured footprints, now turned into small puddles. They're as long as your torso, with pointy claws, one of which appears to be broken at its tip. Do you have anything to sell? He eagerly smiles and steps away, reaching the doorknob. With his right creeper. Odds and ends, want to buy a hook? Adventurers love those, and I got them for cheap. Take a look. A bone hook. Grappling hook. Poisonous yellow dust that withers plants. I'm going to buy the grappling hook. There was something else that said, hey, if we had a grappling hook, we could do this. I remember. Did you choose to move this field, or were you forced? Any ingredients? I don't want to have no money. Can I use your alchemy table? Of course not. How do you avoid the beasts? Alright. Alright, undead time. Creep is another term for vineweed, so we can't. Okay. The workers ignore you. Some of them are nothing but bones. Some carry scraps of flesh, wearing them like forgotten rags, and the others almost look human, as if they were woken right after death. Most of them are witless shells that move around piles of soil, carry wooden logs, or dig in the ground with their bare hands. But there are also those with considerable abilities. They use pitchforks, hoes, and splitting axes, and confidently cross the uneven ground. There's only a few breathing souls in sight. They observe your passing, but keep their distance. I'm sure everything's under control. There's no way the zombies get out of control. The guards let you in without questioning. The entrance and the wall in general were recently constructed, though still not finished. And there will soon be another gate, allowing for trade and conversations without opening a village to danger. Just like in the fields, the work is divided between the undead, who carry bricks and take care of the most thankless tasks, while the locals cut rocks and spread mortar. The difficult past is still carved in the villagers' gaunt faces and crude outfits, and the brief shallow glances show little curiosity. Told to wait here for the mayor. Don't roam on your own. The man shows up soon after with a careless saunter, and he hardly spares you a look, instead staring at your palfrey. The stranger from the forest garden. I cannot guess why you come here. Who are you? His stature would be considered average in most villages, but in comparison to the rest of the tribe, he's portly, muscular, tall, and with a large, square face. His hands are resting on the shaft of his poleaxe, placed across his shoulders, making him seem even larger. His long, straw-covered beard is shabby, makes his bald head look shiny. You can't really tell how old he is, though you see no wrinkles. Just like the others, he's wearing a prominent charms, favoring tiny figurines of animals made of bone and wood. Only one of them is hanging from his neck, a silver amulet portraying the head of a moose with large antlers. While valuable, it looks older than the other critters, quite crudely in form. I'm Helvius. Who let you in? Was it Therius? He's as much a gatekeeper as a fly as a warden to a piece of shit. That's good. Not one to badmouth others behind their backs. Oh, true. I'm sure he realized that may be of use. Don't boast. Those like you help others when your pouch gets empty, and we have no need for you here. Starts to twist his wrists, spinning his weapon slowly. Take a good look around while you can. White Marshes isn't for strangers. The turf houses are old, covered with lush grasses and flowers. You can't imagine any large family fitting inside such a small, one-chambered hut. Your boots have sunk into the mud. The square is covered in deep boot prints. The noise of hammers, shouting, wood splitting, and shuffling of undead legs pierce through the constant buzzing of insects. Bumptious snorts, hunting down flies with its tail. One elder inside, he's standing on top of a wooden platform by the building that's unlike any of the other villages. In the village, his eyes are keen. The left one's dark. The right one's gray and bright. His head and face are shaved. These simple, undyed robes are even worse shaped than the outfits of his tribe folk. Once Helvius realizes what you're looking at, he lowers his weapon and clears his throat like a boy caught red-handed. The elder walks away, holding a walking stick with one hand and touching a wall with the other. Arentius, says the mayor, the priest of our fellowship and the one who saved our people. Hydrate? Okay. Thank you. What I'm learning from most of this playthrough is I listened to Dan read a book. That's very sweet. Old pig was fighting a plague. Fuck. He looks at the dark clouds in his eyes. Who? Kids? Elders? While you speak, nearby villagers stop their work and even undead are told to freeze in place, offering your ears a bit of relief. Here's someone weeping, a young woman announcing, "This is not fair even for them." Mayor nods. I'll tell Arentius. From now on, we'll gather our wood chips and twigs in a shed. He raises his voice, looking into his tribe's eyes. We made enough of them for the winter. Dane's voice plus his music so cozy. Aww. Well, thank you. The enchantress would like to place a rod in your village somewhere high. Would that be a problem? She what? Let me see. He swings the hollow piece of bronze like a sword made from a branch and raises it above his head, staring with a little patience. Lightning catcher or a toy? Well, he gives it back. Come one day before noon. You'll go out with the foragers and guard. Work with them for half a day and we'll put it in a tree, or a roof perhaps. Very well, I'll do the work. After half an hour or so, the expedition's ready. 6 souls, none of them older than 40, with no undead to assist. Too dumb, the eldest woman explains. But we know overseer with us. Their accents are heavy, but they rarely address you. For most of the time, they exchange simple one-word commands, gesturing to you to be quiet whenever you step on a branch. You spend half a day following the bog paths, but also going deeper into the wilderness. As a group, you manage to scare away the smaller beasts, and your guide claims to lead you around the hunting territories of the larger predators. From time to time, you keep what looks to you like the most inconvenient trails in sight, yet no one objects. You cross mud, shallow waters, and ancient, dark game trails. And not as big pharma subs for 19 months. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate you. Hungry and annoyed by the insects, you go back to White Marshes, carrying baskets and sacks full of mushroom, berries, herbs, and great leaves, but also a few birds and furry critters. I follow the guide patiently. Fulvius waits for you at the gate, nodding with approval. 2 steps away from you see a short corpse, bare-boned above its waist, but still wearing pants and carrying scraps of meat on its feet. Not giving you a moment for breath, the mayor tells you to fetch him a rod. After you do, he throws it at the undead, bouncing the rod off its head with a thud. Starts to laugh. Go on now. Put it in a tree there. Tie it with rope. Great a deal. There are no trees inside, you dumb toad. I'll find a tall building. You let him go back and walk to your bundles where you quench your thirst. You want to trade? He wants the meaty root. Sure. Have you recently been bothered by highwaymen? If so, we deal with them on our own, without some Warren's help. According to what the old druid told me, the highwaymen bother you much more severely than you led me to believe. So you're bothering other people with these questions as well. He scowls at you but carries on. Glossi is angry with us. Took our food and tools, beat our foragers, broke our traps. But we don't need a stranger's guidance. Have you ever met Cass? No. Okay. He hit this poor defenseless skeleton. Orentius taught me they're no different from boars in fire. He dashes forward and swings his poleaxe, bashing a skeleton's shoulder. The arm sinks into the mud, while its owner, a bit awkwardly now, tries to keep climbing up a ladder. He bursts into laughter, and the locals look away without a word. See? All he needs is control. Look there. He points at a dead shell with remains of flesh on its chest and hand. There's a white and brown sparrow sitting on its shoulder, preening its feathers. Even beasts know they're not a thing to worry about. I'm sure. So what, Warden? That was 10 years ago. We needed trade and the others pushed us away. We won't let them choose ever again. Use your tribe's assistance. I tell them about the undead roaming the old tunnel in the north. What do you think we are? We don't carry traditions of dark spellcasters. We do what we must to survive on our own. I expect you can always use more shells. Very true, but you speak of hard magic. Can't promise anyone here knows other than Orentius. I'd like to speak with him. He and many others, but he's swamped by work. We have enough threats in the shadows already. If he decides you're trustworthy, he may speak with you. I just want to meet him. We aren't to amuse your nosiness. Okay, he doesn't trust me. Got it. Got it. Dude, get a clue? Boars and fire are both dangerous when an idiot uses them. Yeah, it was a terrible analogy for him, but maybe appropriate. Feels like someone pretending to be the leader. Oh yeah, he's definitely just like mayor by title, where it looks like Arrentius is like the one in control. Also, hey, Smokin' Moda. My Christmas was great. It was a nice, comfy day. Steering around. You say you know nothing about him, but people claim he had strong ties with your tribe. Hubby begins swinging his axe left and right. The heel and a half now resting in the mud, trying to recall the past. He makes a puzzled frown. You know what? I was told he met with our warlock often. Who knows why? Ask him if he must. So you want to separate yourself? You used to sell wood, correct? Not being allowed to leave the main square, you observe the shells walking through the gate and helping the builders at the wall. The skeletons are not at all complete. Some of them lack a rib, foot, or jaw. Many of the bones are cracked or broken, but seem to be connected to each other without nothing at all. As the pneuma keeps them moving, knows which part should stay form and which one should twist or bend. Those that kept some skin and guts don't smell, rot, or bleed. It makes you think of dried meat. It's as if these scraps of flesh serve no purpose. And seeing how many of these laborers already have great holes in their stomachs or limbs without revealed bones, it could be that they're just in the middle of the process of becoming like their naked counterparts. The undead loyally fulfill their tasks so far. You've counted 5 people able to give them orders. Some do so by speaking out loud, while one woman simply looks at a shell, no matter how far it is. The workers, while witless, maintain some sort of carefulness in their actions. They stop when someone gets in their way, and use tools if they know how, avoiding pointless harm to their shells. There may be more than 50 creatures spread across and around the village, but you can't know how many you've seen yet. Many of the fresher undead are elders. Among the skeletons, you spot some that used to belong to children, none to infants. Maybe the young shells are too difficult to sight, even for the locals. A group of children sitting in a circle, being taught by a teenager how to carve in bone. They're skinny and one of them is sobbing. Okay, maybe we just leave. Well, it's too late to be exploring unfamiliar stuff. How much time do I got? 4 hours and 30 minutes. Let's travel to Howler's Dell. As you ride past the fields, one of the local farmers enters the road, gesturing for you to stop. He's holding a rusty sickle and carries a basket, filled with various weeds and a sharpened club. His patched, worn tunic is neglected, but fitting of our farmer. The lean years of his face, skinny and his teeth crooked, but his sad eyes hold heartwarming kindness. Hi there, Warden. I've been wondering now, just a small matter, you see. Do you know how to read? Yeah. Fantastic! He gives you a radiant smile. Give me a few moments. How about you take a look at it? He unwraps the package and reveals a large wax tablet made of bone. It's just a letter from someone I care about, but I'm not sure what it says. I'll give you a coin once you read it to me. Take the tablet from his open palm. It's fancy, unlike the wooden ones. On its back, you find an engraving portraying a large furry beast. Made for Troll's hip, the farmer says proudly. Examine the confident, deep signs written in the wax. The letter is short. Valens, it starts. I couldn't bear another day in this nightmarish village, but now I don't have to. I've been another soul during my hunting trip south. We'll start a family. Goodbye. No signature. He asked. I know what's in the letter. He puts a hand on his forehead. You could tell if it's a sign of relief or tension. I repeat him his husband's words. At first he freezes and then gives a hateful look towards Orentius's hut. I knew that piece of shit did this. He always asks to be heard, only to spread lies. Why do I need him to find a stranger to hear the truth for once in my life? His eyes get gentler once he looks at you, but you notice the tears in his eyes. His shaking hands offer you the reward. Now about the tablet. Here. I don't want it. You know what? Take this. He pulls a bone stylus out that perfectly matches the colors of the tablet. Together they'll buy you a few meals at a trader stall. Good luck. Missing hunters. Vashel. Okay. I was thinking that was Vashel, and I was like, why can't I talk to him about going back to town? Different guy. You notice a skinny woman with a blue headscarf. She stares at your mount like a wolf at an elk. Approach the woman. She moves away and meets your eyes and makes a smile like grimace, then leads you behind an empty animal pen, away from the guard's ears. Her gray hair, mostly covered, is deceiving. She's no older than 30, yet her face is marked by insect bites and pustule scars. She takes confident steps, even though she wears muddy foot wraps without boots and a worn, simple skirt. She squeezes the front of her scarf on her chest, shaping it into something like a short hooded cloak. A warden, I heard. I need you to ride somewhere for me. Tell me. Far away from here. At the eastern road, there's an old bridge made of a single rock. Her gaunt face is pale. She makes large gray eyes look as if someone could take their color away. Beneath it, there's a rock. Beneath the rock, a purse with my savings. Bring it to me. Before you mention her reward, she starts speaking faster, giving the men in her nervous way. Half of what you find is yours. Bring me the rest. How much should there be? 20 bones. If that old fool doesn't try to scam me. I should tell her about the pouch. She's just at the edge of the yard, keenly observing you, and as you approach her, she once again leads you further away from the gate. She reaches out with an open palm and speaks quietly. May the bright bless you, stranger. The pouch is torn and rotted. Here, the only dragon bone I found. She looks at the sky and then the ground. For 2 heartbeats, she can't stop herself from revealing the despair in her eyes. But she then adjusts her headscarf, takes a deep breath, and moves her shoulders. I have not even a fistful of berries to thank you, stranger. But I'll tell the rest of the village you're trustworthy. If anyone asks, hardly anyone here does. She hobbles away, splashing mud with every step. Weird, I got interrupted twice trying to leave that town. It's crazy. Let's go to the Druidess. Look for a healer. Never mind. Okay. I thought she would have new dialogue because I talked to the other guy. Main square. Mayor. I bring news. I hate this lady. She leans forward, and even though she smiles, her voice is close to a whisper. I wonder, why are you here? What pushes someone to becoming a road warden? Lie, 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 lie. A new life, that's all I need, doesn't matter. That's for me to know. My motivations are of no importance. I just want to help people. Want to be remembered. Want to build connections. Use the coins to retire early. Need a coin to help a friend I care about. So mysterious and rude, she laughs, her hand clenches around her buckle. As you wish, my dear Roadwarden. Do you need anything else? How's your daughter? Did the potion work? She's fine. Brought back her first lizard. Nay, thanks to me, he exhales. She didn't accept my help, a burnt bridge, but I had a chance to talk with her. He scratches his head. At least now I can heal myself when we get swarmed by the undead, or brigands, or goblins, or the Unites. Whatever it is. So you didn't give her the potion? Very interesting. You only give lies. I think it's because we've said in a previous conversation why we wanted to be a road warden, and all of those were the other options that I didn't choose. What do you have? Fabric and an axe. Innkeeper. Need a few rations. I got 4, never mind. Did you contact someone about work? Very much so, ask for Timo. She's usually at the creek, just outside the south wall doing laundry. She wants to find herself a husband. There's not much in it for you, unless you'll be here for the marriage rites. It'll make her all the happier. How much time we got? An hour and 15? Look for Timo. Before you reach the gate, you find 3 washwomen who are walking down the path chatting loudly. The wet hair on their arms and legs shines, contrasting the mud on their feet. Some of them wear soaked shirts. All of them have heads wrapped in kerchiefs. You know from the city how hard and sometimes dangerous their job can get. You glance over their laundry baskets filled with clothes and buckets of urine. Urine! Once they notice you, one of them puts her things on a fence and tells the others to go ahead. Her companions giggle, but loyally leave the 2 of you alone. I was so happy. I was so hoping to speak with a traveler. She speaks and looks away. Whenever she speaks, she's both very direct and distracted, struggling to explain her plans. After a brief conversation, you try to sum it up. So you seek a man who'd agree to take part in a marriage rites of your druids. She nods energetically, then freezes. She's tanned from work, but her face is young and smooth, and since her hair is hidden, her bright hazel eyes keep drawing your attention. Nay, just any man, she interrupts. Someone who stays in the sun and works hard, even for us kids. You ask if she has any children already, and after another minute of awkward explanations, you take a guess she doesn't. You ask if it would make any difference for her to move to a different village. We have good lives here, safe and plentiful. I'd rather stay, but I could leave with a safe convoy. Eat. Okay. There were a few things I wanted to do. One, Old Pagos. Wanted to go there. And ask for the city wants to know if Eula and Arrhenius have avoided the sickness. Long, uncomfortable silence. She's too late. They were asking for their daughter in their nightmares before the illness took them away, their tongues. We burned them both on the same day, if it means aught to her. Tell her I'm sorry for her loss. I hope she found the peace she was looking for. Damn. That's sad. Any hunters from the creeks locked in there with you? You're the first soul that came here in a very long time. Tell them about the druid's plan. I may know a way to help you with the plague, you begin. Even before you end your story, various voices interrupt you with all sorts of queries, which result in a long and chaotic conversation. As their enthusiasm rises, more and more people approach the gate, chiming in with their doubts or asking. Through the hole in the gate, you see a swarm of shifting faces. I try to tell them everything I know. You're even accused of trying to manipulate desperate souls, reaching the point where you can move on takes. Reaching the point where you can move on takes you a few good minutes. There's no enchantress here. All the magic potions we had were used to fight the plague, and my neighbors don't want to give away our last treasure to someone they don't trust. I can't make this decision. Fine. Which way would you take if we were going to travel to the Watchtower? I've been to many settlements warning them about the plague. You don't have to worry about their safety. Thank you. I'll ask the council to rethink our isolation. Looking for spouses. Maybe not the best thing to ask. Okay. Let's go to the rock slide. I think that was where I needed the grappling hook. Never mind. How's my time looking at? 10 hours. I'm just gonna go all the way to Usidia. I bring news of your parents. I'm afraid they didn't make it. She closes her eyes. Her voice becomes absent. Back to trade then. I'm gonna lower the price of my spirit rocks for you by 2 dragons. Think that's fair. She opens her gray eyes and you notice the tears. Her voice is shaking. I need a moment. I'll brush my horse. Once you're alone, you have an opportunity to take a closer look at the nearby golem. It seems dead. Inactive, as city folk would call it, but the pneuma still makes chunks of it float less than an inch away from another. It doesn't react to your presence. Unlike the gatekeeper, it bears engraved signs of its larger rocks. Their meaning is unclear. You can't tell if they're a decoration or carries a spell. I know these letters. The signs represent regular words used in to write tablets. Their shapes are very old, angular, not adjusted to the softness of a quill. The words read as follows: hunt, prey, chase, meet, beast, run, bring, wait, and disguise. You use this hour to rest from riding. You exercise for a bit, practice combat stances with your axe, then brush Bumptious, which then gladly takes a nap. When Usidia leaves her house, she crouches by a bucket of water and washes her face. When she straightens up and turns towards you, there's a shallow smile on her lips. I'm glad you stayed around, but I'll be fine. I spoke with the monks. They're quite afraid of you. How are they now? She meets your eyes. What do they tell you? As you recollect your memories, she patiently listens to your tale, staring in the distance. As they see me now, a beast spreading every breath to hurt them. They still ask me to put spells in their tools. She remains still, moving only her lips, drawing out every word. All it took for me was to move on, to leave them behind. They call themselves pacifists, unlike blood-shedding unites, they say. Yet forced my tribe to work for them. From their birth to the pyre, it's the same sickness of the soul, believing that you see the truth, that all other souls are blind. When she realizes that her voice is getting close to a shout, she falls silent. Why'd you ask me to place a rod and white mushroom specifically? Because the undead? No, why? She scratches on the ground for a bit, then points at her golem. I still need to do a bit of work with the sentinels, but I hope to offer one of them, maybe in the spring. It could replace 10, 20 humans. The villagers may not have much food right now, but I know how to be patient. They have quite a bunch of awoken corpses, you know. All I can do is hope they know when to stop. Collect my reward for the bronze rods. Yo, 12 dragons! Spirit Rock is 7. I think I'm gonna do it because then it will give me 2 and I can sacrifice 2 to the beholder to help old Pagos. I'm definitely doing the wrong thing. I feel like old Pagos is not gonna get cured and the beholder is gonna like awaken and kill everyone or some shit. But I'm gonna try. You seem to be afraid of the bandits. She glances at the gate. I'm not afraid. Wow, she's fucking terrifying. Here's a little tip, and engrave it in your soul. She can't be reasoned with. If you're strong, threaten her. If weak, ask her for mercy, I guess. She wanted to work with me, but I need no right to know her soul is wicked. If she takes a step towards you, I think they're somewhere in the deep woods. I don't know much about the lands, but I've got enough stuff to worry about. There's only one place that I know that I could keep the entire band, an old lumberjack camp. But you won't reach it through the main road, so that's that. I should smoke hot, or at least gather wood. I can help you. She glances at you, but takes a few breaths to answer. We've no time for it, do we now? Warrens never do. Neither do enchanters. She lets out a long exhale. You're someone who puts actions first. Mysterion was the same. If aught happened to him, don't let yourself fall too. Her description of his appearance matches what you heard from Tolia. Don't be deceived by his height, she adds. He brought me herbs, guarded by bear folk. Not many could match his spear and bow. In return for his various favors, I shoved Numa into his cloak, making it warm and soft as the pelt of a white wolf. Best sleep of my life. She raises her daydreaming eyes. Her voice grows confident. If Asterian's still alive, I'm sure he has the cloak. It's green, has a light hood and embroidered leaves. When was the last time you saw him? Soon before he vanished. He was anxious, tired, unkind, but from a heavy heart. He didn't explain. I didn't ask. He told me he was going to start a great journey, that he'd bring back many stories, but he was afraid. I know he was. Did he ask for anything weird? Yes, he wanted to borrow a golem. She seems to finish her tale, but after seeing your look, she clears her throat. Oh, that's not an option. I have no way to stay in touch with the sentinels that are too far away from me. Do you have any message for him in case I find him? Just tell him he still owes me for the cloak. He knows we're not even. It's a damn treasure. She puts on a smile, but her eyes betray her melancholy. I can bring you rations in return. Seven rations. Okay, I can go buy 7 rations. I know how harsh the woods can be, but I don't offer shelter to travelers. Don't want to look behind my own shoulder for hours or use my golems to protect ye. Travel north or south, look for a tavern or inn. You'll find safe hearth there. She blinks and crosses her arms. And we're both adults. Don't tell me that I could bind you with rope or take away ye blades. The less I have to touch ye, the better. What's our time? 2.5 hours. Can't get here before nightfall. Shit. Let's go to the abandoned watchtower then. I'll do abandoned watchtower, and then maybe we'll try another trip through the heart of the forest. I'll probably die, but... Enter the tower. There's a monkey. Sleep! Alright. Inventory. I'm gonna eat a ration real quick. Let's go into the woodland edge. Return to the cairn in the middle of the forest. Spend some time gathering large rocks, throwing them into the water. Yeah. Not unlike the boulders from the days before the 10 cities, you put the last boulder, taming this scrap of the wilderness, even slightly. The tightly arranged rocks remind you of a cobbled road leading to Haviland. Even a wagon carried by 2 mules could get to the other side without stopping. I stay around for a minute or two with my hands on my hips, observing the results of my work. Hell yeah. Did a damn good job. I was waiting for it to be like, a bear attacks you. You're near the same part of the forest we encounter the corpse-eating beast. You notice a single soul standing on a distant rock ledge. They call you with a gesture. Who do I see? It's a man in unlaced black gamson, covered in a simple cloth shirt. He has short, dark hair of a laborer, neither tall nor short. You see no weapons. He's standing near the entrance to a cave and keeps looking around. Even once he looks back at you, he gestures no more and just waits. It's probably a trap, but I'm curious. Let's just do a quick save. Nicker's happy to result in lush grass. After you reaching the crag, the man is crouching at its edge, observing your surroundings. His clean-shaved face tells you of sadness, but also acceptance. His elbows resting on his knees, hands clenched together. A gentle wind brings the smell of soap. He can't be older than 30. Follow his lead. The overcrowded realm whooshes soothingly after every gust of wind, filled with life like a city marketplace. Is this Pages? That was uncharitably done, dear friend. Even though you don't look at the man, that one wordless minute is like a well-deserved break after a long journey with a fellow traveler. I've seen you before, I did. You clashed with the furless wolf. Cheers for doing that. Let's hope it bled to death once it got away. And don't worry about the corpse. I torched it soon after you left. I didn't kill it? Oh, shit. I thought I killed it. What are you doing here? Planning, mostly. Catching birds. Resting. Have I seen any of the new 1D&D stuff? I haven't really been keeping up with it. No. I don't really know any of it. I saw like a few months back, like people were upset about like critical fails and critical hits were like were changed or something like that. I don't remember exactly what. I just remember everyone was upset about it. We used to have nothing to do looking in this cave. It's small. His tone shifts to a more casual one. Right. Tell me, stranger. You know of a place where I could spend a few nights? He straightens up and for the first time looks you in the eyes. You hiding from someone? Yeah, I know of one. You sound like you're from Gale Rocks. Why don't you stay there? He doesn't answer. No. Go east, turn north, and cross to reach a wooden cabin. Is it safe? Last time there, the entrance was closed. Large spider was inside, but I took care of it. Still, better be careful. Here, stranger. Look for me there in a day or two. I have something to say if you want me. Care to introduce yourself? Ain't sure how to do such a thing. Not sure at all. I want to pick a new name first. Something that goes well with my eyes. Are you hiding? Ain't we all? Right. You're gonna nice, but keep our meeting between the two of us, won't you? There are those who like to hunt down lonely drifters and take every scrap of silver they have. I don't need any of that. Cheers. Interesting. Nat 20 on skill checks is an auto success. Yeah, I don't really agree with that. But whatever. I'm also not the one making the book, so. The nearby shrubs are shaking. You hear the sound of fight. After you get closer, the battling creatures run deeper into the woods. Look for a spot I can place a rod. I prepare it. You allow bumptures to graze and step on the lower branches, getting up quickly. In no time, you land back in the grass. I ride to a different part of the forest. east. You leave dark woods behind. On top of a nearby hill, you spot a four-legged dragon chewing on tree leaves. Completely ignores you as you observe its long neck. It's as thick as a trunk. You can't imagine a blade that would wound it. Okay. We go away from the dragon. Oh, do we have some knolls? Almost every knoll lacks a part of its shell, a limb, an ear, a nose, an eye. Some of them move on all fours and sit down on the rears, while others walk around on their hind legs alone. There were varying levels of confidence. A few have the grace of a determined robber, many more resemble harbored drunkards. While you may be able to take down a few of them, they surely will bite into bunches of legs. You could follow one of the old tales according to which the beast folk can be bribed with the gift of food. They won't catch me. Pumpkins is far from being happy, but obeys your orders. You leave the beast folk behind once they lose their breath. Sorry, Bumptious. Bumptious trots forward, keeping an eye on the pond, when one of the logs breaks under its hooves. You let go of the reins and land on the rotten wood while your palfrey squeals in either pain or surprise falling on its side. It panically tries to get up. A broken leg. The fear whispers in your ear. It won't ever heal itself, and you know you're not going to find a mage in the middle of nowhere, especially not a horse healer. Bumptious! You sigh with relief. Bumptious walks in place, angry and afraid, but a healthy shell. Some of your belongings are spread. Whew. I was like, oh god, if Bumptious has broke its leg. The beast finally swishes its tail as if to murder any fly. Tosses its head, looks around, then snorts. Relax, Bumptious. Everything's fine. Pet its head. I move slowly and show up my hands. Stay calm and breathe deeply. I give it time to look around. I let it smell my flask. I think that could have gone really bad. Bump just got scared. You pass a pile of guts and feathers, then a short but bloody trail. Cat prints. Monkeys. I need a crossbow for the monkeys. There in these bright, arid hills, there's much drier than in the woods. Down below, among the humble meadows, you spot a stone plateau, which a group of bipedal creatures is feasting on a large carcass. From what you can see, only a few of them would reach your knees, but as the pack notices your gaze, it starts to regroup. Quick save. Let's fuck them up. You grab your axe and head towards the crag. Climbing to the top is simple enough. The beasts keep running left and right, stretching their shells, jumping up, warning you with their shrieks. They're quick, nimble, and loud as a bird. Finally, the largest kobold, whose head is covered with red scales, risks an attack. It gets close enough to take a hit to the maw, and while its nearest companions follow its lead, the others hesitate. One of them manages to reach your sleeve, tearing it as you lift it up, but then you grab it and throw it away right into the member of its pack. After that, the entire group runs to the rock face and makes impressive jumps to higher ledges, leaving you with a few more distinctive screeches. You doubt it's the first time their prey gets stolen. And don't forget it! Owner of an ibex marked with a red knot. We use those in home, like, not my, but old Pagos. I know Cydia. She always does all weird. She was a quiet kid, but a smart one. Never tried to steal my milk. He hands it back to you and puts it on the Pleasant brick, but I'm not for free. Bring me 4 rations, tasty ones. My people won't be happy that I'm doing favors. Sometimes we have a few people from Creeks left their home. I met Vashel. Takes a few breaths to notice you're waiting for him to go on. He spent one night at the tower with me. Came from there, he points to the woods in the east, and then went back there. They were building a trap, somewhere behind the lake. They shared a partridge with me, but never came here again. Good soul, very open-minded. I think Vashel's died somewhere in the heart of the woods. Shit. Too bad. I'd rather have more stronger hunters around. Thanks for throwing food at my nightmares. I hear monstrous throats before, but I hope they would stay. I don't know, away. Here, take 10 dragons and head to the inn. Fine. I'll gather my things, leave the gate open, get moving tomorrow morning. Want me to escort you? No need. I'll stay away from the cursed trees in the ruins. No paths you won't follow on a horse. Thanks, though. Are you afraid of Glossia? Warden, I can't talk about her. His shoulders slump. I've got to look after the gate for her, or she'll hurt someone. Important to me. If she learns I'm telling stories about her, I'm dead too. Five hours. Let's make some sacrifices. Quick save. Stone. What's it called? Spirit rock. As soon as you lay it on the stone slab, the pebble hisses for less than a single breath and shatters into a dozen tiny rocks. The tree greets your offering with the sound of moving, stretching branches. Damn. Maybe I need to buy more. The yard is stained with coughed out blood. The trail leads into the building. The hunters are tense with weapons at hand, looking at you as if you're bringing them answers. You're approached by Dalit. You heard? Lieutenant from Hag Hills fled from her camp. She wouldn't be dead without our potions. She would be dead without our potions. What happened? Troll. There's a hint of shame in her voice. She says she stopped it, but not before it tore the other soldiers to pieces. Oh, she's sad because they thought they killed all the trolls. Tolia is sitting with her head resting against the wall, heavily breathing, with clean bandages on her neck and arm and leg. Next to her are small 3 bottles, all of them open, but your nose catches no scent of ale. Her gamson's on the floor, now more of a rag. Need any help? I know how I look, but Numa's already flowing in my blood. I'm good. Tell me about the troll's attack. Came in the early hours. We threw and shot at it anything we could. After it broke through the gate, I had 1 arrow left. My subordinate gave me time to aim, and now he's gone. Did you have managed to burn the other soldier? Finish your adventure? Hell no. Are you kidding me? Show me your wares. Oh shit. I need money. Can't afford to gamble. Here's what I heard about Cassia. So you gonna hire? We'll go to Howler's before winter. Speak with him ourselves. She prepares her pouch and counts down 5 rings. Thanks. I could throw some dice. Yeah! We made more money. Okay. I walk away. I want to go to the camp. Shit. You don't reach the walls. The carcasses is serving as a feast of the birds and dragonlings, a few of which are resting on the ground, waiting for the next wave of hunger. One of them gets back on its paws, giving you a warning stare. The path of the trolls charge. Oh shit, there's the fucking troll. It's marked with broken arrows and puddles of blood. The soldiers fought bravely, but the camp will be no time until someone arrives with a wagon of timber. I can't, like, burn the Bonnie. I guess they're eating it right now. Well, shit. Let's check the cabin, see if the guys moved in there. See if my fish have. Damn it! My fish trap broke. Try exploring. The roars of the sea reach you first. Cold wind and the light. There are hardly any shrubs nearby. As you ride downhill toward the white and gold beach, the sunbeams hit you with full force. Sea here is not like the one in Haviland's port. Here, however, the water can't be separated from the rocks that cut through it, like a swarm of mushrooms in a dark forest. Their shapes and sizes vary, but it's the number that makes them unusual. you were to name each one, you'd have make up at least half the names. If all the sharp turn to the right, the road remains broad enough for carts and wagons. I avoid the sands, letting Bumptious trot without disturbances. The human activity you witness is intense. A large barge is resting on the river, immobilized by ropes and wooden posts. And you see a few people foraging at the beach in the grasses. Head to the fishers. Fiotos is there, one of them tells you and points to the tallest man, dressed in the undyed wool. He's discussing something with a group of workers, but as you head in his direction, he nods for you to join him on the other side. Like most sea folk, he has long limbs, almost no facial hair, and ears so flat they are hardly noticeable. His neck draws your eye. It's covered with marks left by burning suckers of a sea monster, as wide as your finger is long. Below those scars, he's wearing a pendant made of a fist-sized black beak. We don't really sell any catch on our own. Maybe ask our smokers or the cook. Sent here by the old druid. He claims you owe him a male empress carp. What? I don't know nothing to that old fool. I can have it here tomorrow if you want, but you better have coin with you. I need to ask someone to look for it with a net, and that'll take hours. You have any work? Work? What do you know of fishing? It's in it for me. My daughter Phoebe. Seeing you look, he raises his hands. Don't worry, she's fine. Merely spellless. For generations, my family used Numa to deliver fish and hold our breaths. But no matter how much she practices, she can't cast even the tiniest spell. There's something wrong with her soul. She's my only child, and I seek no new wife. I want her to have a choice to do whatever she wants, and it breaks me to think she won't have any choice to follow in my footsteps. What does your daughter think about this? She'd be heartbroken to realize she's spellless. I won't tell her unless I have no other way. She's merely a child. I'm doing what's best for her. I think what you're asking for may be risky. City herself told me the stone will likely kill any shell that can't hold the stone's Numa. She said this? And you've spoken with her and you know she's crazy. Instead of chatting with people, just bring me what I'm paying you for. There's no alchemy that can change the nature of a spellless soul. Did something happen to Bumptious? Bumptious, like, stepped in a hole, or like stepped on a log and it broke, and he fell over, and my character was like, oh no, did he break his leg? And Bumptious was all scared, but Bumptious did not break their leg, but it was dicey. Bumptious is okay though. Okay, they're just a little spooked. I don't know how to convince you, but you're asking me to do something really risky. Deal's off. Don't you dare tell me how to raise my child, you drifting piece of shit. As useless as the previous one, that's why I don't pay any vagabond up front. What else do you want? Listen, I just saved your daughter's life because you want to kill her. Accidentally. You find the piece you were looking for, which is unlike any others, not too thick or long. Withering dust recipe. Approach the pier. Leave the pier. Seek shelter. It's too dangerous. I'm just gonna do this. Okay. Let's check the cabin. Please, no wolves. Thank you. You hear the voice of a man who'd encountered in the heart of the forest. He's standing right next to the corner holding a raised dagger. All right, looks like we're both alive. I better memorize the sound of your horse. Plan to stay here long? Nah, been enough to rest before I head south. A few days, no more. Don't say a word to me about anyone, stranger. I'm dead serious. You wanted to talk with me. Right. Help me in the first place. I want to be even with you. You're gonna look for the camp of bandit, stranger? If not now, another day. You're merely one of those... So listen carefully. Head to the middle of the shortcut to the pile of stones, then turn north. There's no path in sight, but don't worry, you'll find it soon. It's not a safe road, but it's not as scary as people say. You'll need a hook with a rope to move through it. Don't try to make an enemy now, stranger. I'm harmless, but not defenseless. Well, yeah, let's just go on in. What's the worst thing? Find hardly any scraps of light in the tunnel leaves, creepers, and branches. From time to time, you ride by human-placed wooden beams supporting the roof like a mine shaft. Small red bird with black wings, blue eyes, and yellow beak is observing you for a few good minutes, jumping between the shrubs as you ride forward. You remember it from the last time you were here. Whenever you stop, it also stays close, like a caring parrot. Just a bird. I'm gonna ignore it. Good. Sure, that bird won't come back to kill me. It's here to drink. Maybe it's not hungry. Right to the other side. Fuck! Have to scare it away. Move quietly and suddenly shout at it. Try to stay calm, observing the legs of the creature. It's large as tree stumps. Holy shit. Soon you yell at your battle cry. The grat springs to his paws, leaps away, and turns around and stares at you with its only eye. The other one has been lost to claws. It then shakes its graceful form, raises its head and roars, then takes the first leap forward. I stand straight, making myself as tall as I can with raised shoulders and chest. I think that's what I'm supposed to do with cats. Movements are stiff, but you expose your weakest points, but for the cat, it's far too obvious. It gets slow. The eye runs you from your mount to the woods. It approaches you with the slightly bent knees, from time to time stopping in place. Large cats. Be calm, scared away, pretend you're large. Once you cancel away, the creature speeds up, it's close enough to jump on you. I walk away trying to stay confidently slow. It killed me. Fuck. I don't want to wait a whole day. I'm in control. Fall to the ground, play dead. It eats me. Take a few swings, the beast jumps aside, growling, displaying its fangs. You keep on pushing and it reaches the woods with a couple of long leaps, as nimble as a house pet crossing a backyard. You dismount and look for the bandit's hideout. You follow the familiar trail and reach the deeper woods easily. You get back on the saddle and ride uphill, following a convenient rocky trail covered in sunlight, cleared of plants. Once you get to the top, you look around. From here, you get a good view of the heart of the woods and spot some smoke coming from the villages far in the distance. The further path ends in the ravine. You look over the edge at the gentle brook below. The hole's too wide to be crossed with a jump, even for bumptious. Your narrow eyes on the other side is a simple bridge made of logs and ropes, now rolled and resting. And make a grappling hook. After the 12th attempt, you get stuck between the stems of the shrub. You put the loop on a conveniently placed rock. And put away essential equipment, including armor. Once your legs are swinging in the air dozens of yards above you. Finally, you touch the other side, your hands itching red. Staying on foot, you grab the lead rope and follow the corridor relieved in the lush thicket. Soon after the path widens, you notice a shell larger than your own torso. Its 8 legs are as long as you are tall, clinging to a tree that's on your way. You freeze. The dark, hairy thorax matches the browns of the plants. Its 8 legs are as long as you are tall. We'll examine it from a safe distance. Eyes. Movement. Blood? All of them tremble at once. There's no web in sight. You're not sure how the spider manages to cling to the tree. Is it dead? I'm pretty sure it's dead. You step slowly, picking up a long branch resting at the side of a trail. Once you tap the abdomen, you let a relieved sigh. You observe the spider's dried out shell. It's still in humid place. You expect it to rot. The path is beaten, yet your mount has to step over branches, large rocks, and even animal bones. While the trees aren't pruned, they grow sparse enough for you to have a good view of your surroundings. A pile of rotting logs, the remains of food, and even a broken wagon rest at the feet of the crag. You look up. The palisade has a massive gap in it, which now serves as a vantage point for a person you can't see clearly. They're holding an arrow and their strung bow, and while they aren't aiming at you, they have enough time to shoot before you got off the saddle. You've a horse, a masculine voice announces loudly, then stares at you. Thought a mad deer was running, I did. Almost shot it in the nose. Who? Dan, Roadwarden. The archer crouches as if watching you from 2 feet closer is going to make a difference. He shouts, but more so towards someone behind the wall. Wait, another Roadwarden? You sure do look like you rode through 10 swamps. Head up, but my eyes on you. Hamlet could be a generation old. While the freshly beaten paths, spread trash, and newly fallen trees and gathered rocks make it clear the dwellers are still altering their surroundings. The woods around you are filled with wildlife, crowding in the tree crowns, grasses, and trunks. A boar flees up the path, keeping its eyes on you as it runs. A dragonling is drinking from the pond you just rode by. There are a few people gathered at the gate, and more of them approach you from behind. You count 8 of them in total, with only one female face among them. All of them are younger than 40, with weapons at their sides and in their hands, simple flails, two-handed axes on long hafts, maces, spears, throwing clubs. Equipment so heavy and unwieldy that you can't be sure it's meant to threaten you or get through the skin of nearby monsters if necessary. Some of them who came through the open gate have bare chests, displaying their scars and bandages. The others are wearing heavy jackets, look nothing like pure farmers seeking shelter for the night. They observe your mount in silence, together with the curious rooks sitting on the top of the wall. I dismount smoothly and stand upright, and then give everyone a threatening glance. Most of the strangers meet your eyes. One of them puts his axe behind his belt and crosses his arms, returning your challenging look. All right. Leave here every blade. Tie the beast somewhere. He points his thumb behind him, leading your eyes to a loose stake of the palisade. Velocity's on her way. From far, you hear heavy footfalls of a person who joins you soon after. Her massive winter boots are made of leather that still resembles the garnet dye of the past, and have wide and firm heels. Wide heels. Maybe it's the same footprints. The bronze of the decorated buckles is polished without a hint of green. Her emerald eyes are running over your mountain equipment, reaching your face last, and with little curiosity. She's broad-shouldered with muscular figure and a round face. Her long, shiny mail rests on a green Acton, making noise with every movement in her arms. Her right hand's tapping the hilt of a sickle sword, a broad blade meant for chopping not just flesh, but also twigs, sheathed at her side. The short, dark hair of a fighter is carefully cut, and her skin is healthily tanned. It takes a few breaths for you to notice the other side of her appearance. While she's wider than anyone in sight, she's more a head shorter than you. You spot the gray strands of her hair and wrinkles cut by scars on her cheeks and lips. Her hand is missing a thumb, explaining why the blade on her right side. And an old bruise surrounding her left eye hinders her from fully opening it, so it's difficult for you to match her gaze. If she doesn't feel threatened, one can only ask for her mercy. I try not to smirk. A palfrey this time. Her confident, powerful voice matches her straight posture. She reaches for the bottom of Bumptious' neck, slowly allowing it to accept the touch after a moment of hesitation. It's more for running than combat, I believe. Soren was dangerous but slower, without much stamina. You look for a reason why she would lecture you about your own trade, then notice the curious eyes in her band, listening to every word. It may be the first horse they've ever seen. Ah, tea. Acton's apparently a Gamson? Stranger. She looks at you again and steps back. I heard about your arrival in the peninsula, but didn't expect we'd see you at our doorstep. We don't have much to discuss. Tell me you ain't stupid enough to provoke my hand. A little quick save. I don't provoke, I either cut or I don't. For now, let's have a talk. Her smile is brief, but marks her voice. We have things to talk about now? I'm all ears. Take a stroll with me. Ain't missing a chance to enjoy the rest of the summer. I guess I go north. The neglected path leads to a pond through the rocks sticking out of the ground. Fallen branches in the rotting deck covered a wide puddle. There's some signs of repairs made of the bridge for fishers, but there's also some broken logs and a boat with a large hole in its hull. Glossie and two of her guards walk with you in silence, surrounded by the screeching beast above and around you. She takes leisurely strides. As you step onto the bridge, looking across the pond, you can see the woods surrounded from all sides, like the walls of a dungeon chamber, with green and gray saurians basking both on the banks and in the shallow water. The wood beneath you slippery. Whenever the woman makes a sudden movement, you flinch, preparing your shield to push her away. Don't have any doubts, she speaks calmly, looking in the distance. I have a little trust to offer you, and even less patience. Hey, Ark. Hey, Angel. Doing good. Drinking some tea, playing some Roadwarden. Having a good time. I have little trust to offer you and even less patience. It's better that we meet this way instead of on the road. But if you have no good reason to talk to me, you can't scat right away. This land needs no soldiers, Roadwarden, and chiefly no city folk. How do you know if I have a good reason? She gazes at you and then, without asking permission, pats your shoulder. If I can benefit from it, she gives you a warm smile, it means we're fine. There's a fireplace gathering by the wall. You see someone eating a piece of cold roasted meat. Glossie doesn't stop, making you follow her lead along the long shelter. She keeps her eyes straight ahead, not commenting on anything you walk by. With every step, her mail jingles slightly, breaking the silence. Your eyes either wander around or stay at the back of her head. Stay from old Pagos has been struggling with the plague. Think I don't know what's happening in my land? I don't need your rumors. He seemed quite worried with your recent moves. She slows down. The two of you approach the animal pen. Right now it's inhabited by only rooks and worms. She leans against the soggy fence, which moans in protest. Her emerald eyes don't hide her surprise or briefly imitate it. I suppose I should have expected Easton's boar's eyes on me. What does he want you to get from me exactly? What you're trying to achieve. You planning to attack his hunters? Alright, tell him this. Don't sweat. The right leads my blade and dreams against the necromancers of White Marshes. Also, bed with an ibex. Why do you target White Marshes? Why don't you? What good is Roadwarden if there are armies of awoken shells right under our nose? Can't force an entire village to obey the laws of a faraway city. I'd rather see you stand at the side of the righteous, not laws. Their separation is all that rights them from written on our souls in the right. It lets the beast devour the last shreds of what we are, as humans deserve. I have nothing to gain from telling you some stories. Fight for what's right or fall with all the others. Can you tell me about the undead in the north? They're around. What do you ask? I'd rather be prepared for anything. There are some undead in the darkest thickets and caves, but they ain't anything more than a gentle rash on the shell filled with poison. They ain't merely using their own dead outsider. They seek the shells in the woods. They scavenge for them. Shame on the villages that they let them do so. May the right drown them all. Found an abandoned cart on the Eastern Trail. What do you think about it? I think you found it indeed. She walks down the slope, speaking slowly. She takes careful steps, Whoever used to own it, they have vanished in the fogs, they did. Followed the trail leading them from the abandoned car, and here I am. She freezes, then turns around slowly, scowling at you. You notice how the slow twist of her wrist makes one of the guards step back, hiding his already drawn blade. I ain't gonna explain myself to you. We needed tools and wares to sell, so we took them. The merchants are back in their homes with their skin untouched and togs on their backs. They knew the risk and they took it. You flinch when she reaches for your shoulder, but somehow is already behind you, keeping you in her range. Her strong hand squeezes your flesh. Do we have a problem here? Quick save. I try to withstand her gaze. She looks away after a few long breaths and frowns, her healthy eyes showing her surprise before glancing back at you. We said what we needed. What else do you have me for? Trying to find out what happened to Asterion. What do you want? Here's something between a chuckle and a grunt. Scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And why would a Roadwarden want to help me? To avoid harm. You don't need to do everything to earn such a luxury. The opposite's true. Don't get in my way and I won't cut myself a steak out of your palfrey. Simple as that. But you could do some small things for me, and not for free. One of my lads has abandoned his post and has taken something very valuable from me. He wants to start his life anew, but he won't use his name. You recognize him. Speaks like someone from the village, he does. Young, strong, with a pretty face and blue eyes of a beaten cub. Shaves often. Last dog on his back was our black Gamson, matching his short hair. So this is the guy that told us how to get here. She crosses one leg over the other. Her mail clinks so loudly it makes you flinch. She reaches for a boot, adjusting it with her broad fingers. He doesn't want to be found, and he may need a Roadwarden's help. If so, merely tell me where he hides, and I'll find him. Drop you a few coins for trouble. 4, maybe? Or give them a handful of arrows for a crossbow. I don't need them, really. What'd he take? A supply of black powder I was saving for a special occasion. For one thing. I'd be ready to forgive him, but betraying my trust and taking our secrets outside is beyond excuses. Why'd he leave? He's weak. He joined us not that long ago, didn't have any drive, was merely bored with his old life. Turns out he wasn't ready for the change he took upon himself, and he left before he paid his debt to me. What do you do when you find him? What he deserves. I have nothing to gain in this. I could just let him walk away. Stop trying to anger me, outsider. Whatever you think of me, I ain't a hothead. When I draw my blade, I do so with conviction. He was in the cabin. She steps towards you and pats her shoulder a bit too roughly. The smirk of her scarred lips is brief but telling. Alright, we may still have time to get to him. What do you want? 4 coins or 6 arrows? Don't make us wait. She orders the guard and heads to the building entrance. For the next minute or two, you wander. Flossie says nothing. Her steps are light and not as loud. What else do you want me to do? This will be easier for you, but it won't take you to a fetid place. Those cowards from the White Marshes won't let us in, and I can't blame them. Get there through the bogs, spread in the western road, and look around. Count the awoken, see which of the side of the village is poorly guarded, what weapons they have, and what they're made of. I don't care about your trade. I need you as a spy, Dan. Someone who can shut their lips when they speak to my enemies. We got it done. Hog, you mentioned some dark days pushed you into becoming a bandit. More than you can count. Oh, thank you, Arcflash. Sorry, I missed a bunch of chat. We have survivors from a long-gone village of Steep House, lad forced into marriage by some old pricks with long beards, a cooper whose daughter poisoned herself with a daffodil pie, a hunter whose home was lost to a fire, a shepherd who took an oath to clean these woods of wolves, a hungry thief who chose to run away instead of losing their arm. The guards are now more numerous. Some of them look down, casting you shameful glances, while others meet your eyes, keeping their back straight. We're all wronged by this land, and our work will give us our pride back. There was something about the meadow. The stoat tears apart the large nest made of twigs and leaves, one of which remains are still hanging from the branches above. Keep going. A lot of heckin' gnolls. 2.5 hours. Halfway point is behind you. In just 20 days, you'll need to ride back to Hovland. Otherwise, the roads will get too dangerous for a lone rider. Inventory. Eat. I have 1 bronze rod. Let's go to the cabin. Shit. Yeah, they did. They did, in fact, kill him. Yeah, he was a bandit who stole, like, shit. He also didn't give me any reward. I mean, his reward was knowledge, which, you know, like, that's a shitty reward. I think the bandits might be bad people. Honestly, I don't know who I like. Because everyone kind of seems like they got kind of some shitty qualities. I'm gonna go back to the monastery and see if I can hide. Damn, it won't let me hide it. Okay. That Gamson repair kit was like 8 coins, right? Hmm. Behind our northern gate, you'll find a road that leads to a coastal beach that used to be occupied. The hamlet is much to see. Over an earthquake led to a rock slide. Allow her. The gentle hand is light as a leaf. The druids have convinced my people to accept the way it is, the will of the wilderness. She smells the roses. But if time has passed, the road grows desolate. I've already been. I'm ready to escort you. Hmm. The diggers put on their leather gloves and grab the tools. They don't need you to provide further instructions. One of the older men, whose arms are covered with healed claw marks, assign tasks and roles. The guards take place on both sides of the rock slide, as well as above it. Finally, as the first sound of pickaxe cuts through the side, the overseer turns towards you. He stands silent for a moment, looking uncomfortable with the idea of ordering you around. Finish faster. It's going to be a rough few hours. Such work feels refreshing after all the days spent in the saddle. The overseer was right to let you take care of one of the lighter tasks. Your arms get tired quickly. It's time for a break. I sit down with him. So far, nay corpse. He rubs his scars with a grunt. But there was a boot. Aye, maybe the leg walked away on its own. Better grab your axe. We'll strike as soon as we see it, awoken or not. You ready? Half the workers grab spears and form a semicircle around the diggers. One moves slowly, breaking, pushing, and carrying away the rocks. The tension's palpable, and there are not enough hands to get through the rubble quickly. Stay close, ready to strike. Workers run in one case, crawl away from the moving human bones. There's no soul between you and it, and the panicked workers stupefy you with their screams. You pull out your axe. Hold your positions. You stand with a raised weapon observing the moving creature. Its whitish skull is cracked, and the thin arms, held together only by pneuma, are reaching out toward you. It doesn't utter as much as a shout. Its empty eye sockets are like an abyss. The crowd observes the creature at first with frightening gasps. Then in silence, after a couple of heartbeats, the overseer points to the corpse. The bloody bonehead has nay legs. The shock loses its grasp. One of the guards pokes the head with a spear before it manages to catch the weapon. It gets hit once, twice, many more times until it stops moving. The loose bones scatter around. The first chuckle is followed by a burst of laughter. An old digger looks at you with a smile. Scary, eh? We almost ran away. Not willing to risk it, I push people away and approach the corpse. The undead didn't even have hips and was lucky to sit in an upward position. Was this wretch buried by the tree, or did it get trapped and died here? One of the guards and the digger responds by spitting in the ground. Let's hope no one was stupid enough to not burn their dead. The hesitant workers try to stay away from the bones, but then the overseer kicks the skull away, sparking another wave of laughter. Now, there may be another one here, and his legs may still be kicking. Grab your tools. You know how to get rid of a corpse on the road. What do we do? The dead deserve dignity. We need to burn it. Look at that. We cleared the road, chat. Grab a pair of bumptious. A group of harpies follow your steps, but after an hour, they give up on you, seeing that you remain in large numbers. Your return trip is safe, and the workers cheer up quickly. Since no soul approaches me, I ride through the empty village and lead bumptious to the stables. As you're crossing the first bridge, a guard greets you with a smile. Our mayor will wait with you in the usual spot. She's glad to see that you're safe. You lead your mount to the haystack as soon as you loosen the saddle, yet another person shows up behind you. This time, it's the man with the large club who you previously met on your path with the priest. You're summoned by Elpis, speaker of the forest. You should speak her right away. I'll be there right away. We'll see, traveler, we'll see. Go to the druidess. I was asked to speak about the rock slide. She looks at the nearby workers. Even though they are engaged in their own tasks, she lowers her head. It is a good thing that you came here first. The hamlet should stay as it is. Hallorsdale needs nay growth. Your shoulders relax if there's nothing more to add. Tell me more. Our people need nae more gluttony, nae more opulence. No creature can ever gain everything it dreams of. That's a hurtful pursuit, a run that breaks limbs. Her lips get thinner. The ice's heart belongs to Hovelin. Give her what she wants now, and she'll be weakened. When the day of hardship comes, she will nae have enough strength to accept it. If you expect me to lie, I need to hear your offer. Her eyes shine, lively as lightning. We do nae trade, stranger. We do no beg, we do no bribe, we do nae promise. We give what is deserved. We do what needs to be done, and if your shell is nae empty, you'll do what's right. About the fishing hamlet. Road's clear. Wish you'd come to me right away instead of opening your ears to Elpis. Her red lips keep wearing an unusual smile, but the green eyes match the fury of her tone. She's getting meddlesome. Watch out for what she tries to sell you. Before you get a chance to answer, she straightens up. Don't let me wait any longer. Hit me with the good news. You've done well. Our work isn't finished, but we're close, so close. She picks 5 drag bones, then pushes them forward, holding each one with a separate finger. What is this nightmarish trick? You read my soul, Dan. Pay close attention to what you'll find. How many cabins are still standing? Are there any lairs nearby? Any signs of vagabonds? Soul-eating mold? Broken walls? Surely you don't avoid hard conversations, do you? Most city folk feel hesitant when they meet pagans. She smirks at the hand clenched in her deer buckle, makes you alert. Are you that open to strangers, or did the United Church loosen its grasp? I'm interested in any who could take their place. Guild and artisans, the army. I don't enjoy spending time with pagans, but willing to look past our differences. The United Church stands strong, so do its laws. Hovelin's still loyal to the Empress, even if she's not around. Your knights are matched by a new order of seekers, but nothing is set in stone. Soon after the war, the army had taken over, never let go of the power. Maritime trade keeps the city alive. The merchants took the lead. I'm gonna go with that one. Roads might turn wild, but the sea won't ever state its hunger for ships. People who lost everything are more likely to risk it all. She still smiles, but her eyes are melancholic. When the world shakes, it's also time to change the old order. Maybe it's the only time. Thanks. New path. They just beat the shit out of me. In the north, you find tall rocks sticking out of the land like fingers of a buried troll. The southern brook hides even more grasses and shrubs, which end with the end of the rock face. There are no obvious obstacles that would block you from entering the village, but there's also enough space to look around the wall. Go to the north. Across the brook. Count the tree stumps and boughs. Realize that this lay is but a dead shell of the lush copse. Clearing left by the settlers. Single shrub is still alive, too weak to withstand the sun and winds all by itself. You think the roots spreading beneath their boots, now dead and rotting. I found the necklace. You try to wash it, but to no avail. Tell Bumptious to drink from the brook and enter the narrow path. The building, which has a door leading outside of the palisade, is closed. The roof has collapsed. On the ground, you find a wooden bowl, mug, spoon, fishing rod. All of them are rotten, broken, or swollen by rains and hoarfrost. The roaring ocean overwhelms the whimper of a soggy, broken behemoth. The huts would take a lot of work, but are not beyond restoration, especially the one in the center, whose simple roof has protected by its walls. By its open entrance, you spot a bucket of water, as well as boot prints. Anyone here? I don't want to hurt you. After a few breaths, a tall, slim woman steps into the threshold. Her strong longbow is resting against her hip, and you spot the arrow quill sticking out from her quiver. She's standing sideways to you, ready to take her shooting stance. This, combined with her raised chin, gives a proud, confident look. If she's a traveler, it's unusual that she carries no major scars, bruises, or wounds. She's tan, with flaxen curly hair that is too short to reach her shoulders. It's disorderly and of an uneven length, most likely cut with a dagger. Her upper lip is unusually large. Maybe she's a big game huntress? Her worn, baggy tunic has no sleeves, her legs are uncovered, showing how impeccably clean her skin is. She observes you cleanly, but her sparkling, curious hazel eyes carry no anger. Sorry to disturb you. Can we talk? She bites her lower lip and glances at Bumptious. About what? You think I came here to find new neighbors? I'm Dan, the Roadwarden. She clicks her tongue and looks away, observing the sand dancing in the wind. So there's a new one already. But there's nae much for you to find here. And even ghost here. This is your necklace. She doesn't reach for it. Nay, 'tis ugly. You found it here? Must be old from before my time. I'm trying to find Asteria in the previous Roadwarden. I need to speak with him myself. Tell him that if you ever find him. Who are you? You're just a friendly recluse. She draws the bowstring gently, though very patient one. Better tell me what you brought here. The people of Howler's Dwell want me to check the place out. Nay. Let's nay troll shit one another. What does Thias want? Why do you think it's her? She wanted me to take a look, see if there's any monsters. Blood on all of it. She looks at the gate, lets out a huff, then straightens up and meets your eyes. She must nay know what you've seen. She points at you with the tip of her bow. Do nay tell her here I'm here, or better yet, do nay tell her this place is still standing. You're her daughter, the one slaughtered by goblins. Hi, that's my story, and I needed to stay that way. Asterion helped me. Tears well up in her eyes and her brown cheeks begin to flush. Her voice fills up with spite. Thias takes whatever fits in her talons. She was pushing me into marriage out of spite to punish me. But I will nae be chained, nae by her, nae by others. I'm a master of the bow, the hunt, and spells of mine. I'll come back as my own soul, as Agiata, the artress, nae a mayor's daughter, and she'll nae have a power over me. What do you have against her? She pulls the string of her bow. And nae a bard, words escape me, and my pain shall die with me. But Elpis, a forest speaker, also knows the real mayor. She wants others to see her as strong. She wants others to see her as strong at all costs. She swings the bow like a staff, right above the ground as if to hit her invisible legs. She punishes those who stand against her. And I did the worst crime of them all. I doubted her. What's in it for me? She chews on her lower lip and straightens up. A favor for a favor. Keep my secret, and one day I'll help you back. In the wilderness, my talents be of great value. One that's able to stay alive all by herself in half a year. Why do you want the villagers to stay away? She puts a hand on the tip of her bow and starts to stroke it with her fingers. I hope Howlers will prosper, I do. But they already have more than they can eat. I'll meet with the forest speakers, and after the first thaw, and show them that I can handle this place. I'll be its guardian, live here with my friends, and the mayor's eye. And nay, the mayor's eye. She steps closer to you, and the corners of her eyes are turning red. I need it, more than they need some fish. You assume a lot. You can't expect all your plans to succeed. I can and I do. I know these folks, traveler. You sound like the mayor right now. Only she's allowed to take risks. Only she can make mistakes. Only she can be brave. Well, I carry a brave soul. I'm ready to be wrong and to face the consequences if that's the only path to freedom. I'm ready to give you my answer. I'll cover for you. I'll trust you to put the time you have to good use. Yeah, the only reason I'm even cooperating with Thias is because I need dragons. I need money. But I don't like her. I don't trust her. She closes her eyes and takes a few breaths. Starts to walk around with lights. Turns into skipping. There are tears in her eyes. Thank you. I'd hug you, but... Oh well, she waves her hand in front of her, drawing your attention to the rag she's wearing. Ajidia asks you to give her a few moments, and you return to Bumptious. Once she returns, her hair is combed, and she's wearing a brown linen tunic slightly darker than her skin, with red trim on the neck and sleeves. Long enough to reach her knees, is as good as new, a relic of Thias' luxuries. Could you tell me anything about this? Ah, my expertise is required. Her smile turns into a chuckle. Let me take a look. There's nothing special. Where'd you find it, if it was used in a hunt? Side of the road. People from Gale's Rock make those. Orange and black, you see? She points to the fletchling. Colors for combat. Human arrows, as I was told. Is a spell thing of theirs. Brown feathers are for deer, and green is for goblins, and so on. Spell? She gives the arrow back. How can one tell? If they say it works, maybe there's a ritual or something, like a secret? A Fletcher may know. When I go to Gale, look for a Fletcher. Have you ever been to the heart of the woods? Nay, we do not hunt beasts near the nearest hills and ponds. If we were to enter the deep roads, I'd have some long preparations to do. Good gamson, sharp blade, healthy shell, food in my belly and sack. She glances at Bumptious and can't stop her chuckle. And I'd take someone with me, or a group of someone's, but you already have all the help you need, I see. How'd you manage to survive? It wasn't any so hard, but it will change now with the road cleared for larger beasts. I eat birds, some greens, leaves from the top of the cliff. To keep my hair strong, she touches it with an open palm. And I learned how to catch fish from the stream. The nights are nay better than in the woods, I admit. If nay for a spell, the monsters would have gotten through many times. The door is nay enough. My smell is around, you see. They know I'm food. You're a spellcaster? You ask, as she playfully touches her canine with the tip of her tongue. I have many talents. Pray the nay learn them all. Tell me about Asterion. Well, I do know where he is. Spent time with him, but he's a stranger with a pure heart. Like it's made of iron. She glances at you. He doesn't talk much, but be a warden thing, eh? Nay, I will stay around, he said. She tries awkwardly to imitate a male voice. I ride east. Next east, I ask, to Howler's father. Farther, he says. To the entrances, maybe even farther than that, his own words. She looks at you triumphantly. What? Oh, he means the tribe of the Green Mountain, I'm sure. That's where they live, away from any road. I'm not sure you even find them. Maybe one of the forest speakers could guide you. Safe here to rest. Time for me to leave. Go to the harbor. Yo, Apcarnist. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? What were you up to? Hope you had a good stream. When she responds to your brief tale, you can't tell if her whisper is filled with reprimand or appreciation. It doesn't fit me to put one soul above the other. 'Tis true that the mayor pushed the village in a time of trouble, but nay because of bad will. That's what she was taught, and what saves her from her own past. I do think she needs to change for everyone's sake, but each one of us struggles to bloom. Nay, just her. Had your first Death and Death Stranding. Oh, dang. Still need to play. What can you tell me about the Tribe of the Green Mountain? I can't tell you much about them, to be honest. I wouldn't be allowed to, even if I wanted to. Ma! Hearing the call of a little girl, Thais flinches, turns to the child as demanding a change of shirt. She points at a large stain on her stomach. What happened here? The mayor asks as she turns away from you to help the girl change, but doesn't wait for her response. I haven't spoken with the tribe in 10 years or so. As a child, I was told that one should never seek their home. The new shirt is worn and dull, like the old one. It's an old garment for adults. In her small frame, it looks like a baggy tunic. Very nice, go play. My sister used to brag that she once saw them in the woods during their hunt. That they were wearing the face of animals, looking like beast folk. She tried to have a mask of her own, but the druids told her to stop fooling around. Kids are liars, my father said. I'm afraid she's with the forest now. A bolt of lightning hit her, right in the head. Oh. Sorry. Can you give us a moment? As you frown, a muscular, crudely dressed woman approaches the table, asking Thais for directions. And Kurt. Subs for 40 months. I hope stream's going well. Hope you're having fun. I am having fun. Probably keep reading for a few minutes and then switch to cultic. Don't wanna kill my voice like I did the first time. Hope you're having a good one. I appreciate the support. Oh, Calvi's new emote. Adorable. Fue Coco. It's all theater. She wants to show how much she cares for the others. That's what I'm saying. Great job. She sends off the worker with an encouraging smile. Though her eyes meet yours, it shifts to a challenging smirk. Quick save. I'm gonna ask her about the necklace. I've been to the hamlet. Uninhabitable, even if empty. You betray the demolished rotten commons, harpy nests, and the collapsed ground. Thais' eyes lose their spark, but she keeps composure. After you finish, she leans forward and rests her cheek on the hand. Well, at least the harpies left your eyes alone. Did they bother you? You wouldn't believe this in their blood. She adds another 3 bones. I hear you. No trophies from those freaks. Here's your compensation. She observes her pale fingers without a word. After she returns from the inn, her lips are covered with a new layer of rouge, darker than usual. One of the sons carries a large bag made of leather, and after you peek inside, you find a sheet of parchment rolled into 2 wooden handles. The scroll is new, heavy, and tied with tight linen cord sealed with wax. You've proven yourself trustworthy. You must be my neighbors. Take this letter with the master of the guild, and the negotiations begin. With a smile, she reaches out her hand. It was a pleasure. Thank you for your time. Fuck yeah! Okay, well, we got Howler's Dell. One down. 19 days to go. Um, 2 hours before dusk. The hamlet will stay as it is. Have you seen such a trinket? Yeah, rocks. They do like shells and fish. It's like when some people wore claws and tusks. Maybe when 'twas new was still pretty. 17 coins. Leave the square. I want to travel to Gale Rocks. I want to buy this stupid Gamson repair kit. I'm looking for someone. Actually, let's look for the Fletcher. Cheers, stranger. You looking for me? Depends. You respond. He tilts his head, observing. Right, I'm Flores. I make arrows. I don't sell them to outsiders. Just our thing. Fine, I don't use a bow. There are no hard feelings. You need something? Why do you have arrows in so many colors? Different needs, different arrows. As our forebears learned. You mentioned there are arrows that have partially orange fletchling, yet somewhat different to each other. Right. Orange is for shells that walk on two legs. If they're also green, they're for goblins. Black are for humans, silver for beast folk. We don't shoot at trolls, no point. Orange and black. For humans. After you ask if the different types truly make a difference, he clicks his tongue. Maybe? It was taught the spell make it so, but I'm no enchanter. Doesn't hurt to be prepared. Tell me about your work. Doing the same thing over and over for hours? Nightmarish. I agree. Looking for someone maybe like jeweler? Let's go to the tailor. I have this necklace. So old, the ones now I made are elegant. Tell Galashi I can give her a new one. It's Glossius. Interesting. What can he do for me? Games to repair. Thanks. Heard something about the tribe of the Green Mountain. Did you know? Then find someone who holds them in little regard. We promised to keep them safe from guests we did. Especially the armed city folk, I hope you understand. Can you tell me a bit about Gale Rocks? What can you tell me of the tunnel south? Digger Uno? Ayuno? Hey, you know? Tell you more about that. Ayuno is the digger. Okay. Looking for someone. Ayuno. Centuries old caves that need little work, and the humble fixes they put into the walls and sheds are taken care of. She's sitting on an eastern gate, placing tiny building blocks on the table, raising a tall tower without making it collapse. Her hands are steady and precise, and her large eyes blink so rarely you want to rub your own. Cheers, stranger, I have time. The village saved everything it got from trade more than a generation to bring the bronze gate from Hovland here. Pickaxes, all the tools and nails. It has a single long corridor that reaches from one end to another. A few chambers on both sides, where travelers usually spend their night if they were desperate. Don't try without a group of guards now. Monsters also live deep in the caves. How come it's locked in the first place? Depends on who you ask. Looks like an old plank that's been resting behind her stool. It was 3 years back when we found out 2 traders of ours went missing. Our search group found the gate locked from the inside. They tried to check it, but left when they saw moving shells, dead and fleshless. We decided to clean it someday in the future, maybe hire a group of strangers to take the risk upon themselves. So far, none reached our village. She wants me to open the tunnel. How the fuck am I supposed to deal with skeletons? Cooper? Coopers and carpenters in general have their space at the edge of the village. Something to learn about a bit about your work. So the guild wants to speak trade again? Very well, alright. Very well. I'm Domitia, the head carpenter, I guess. Grad laughs in response. Shaganila, idiot. Smile as well. Her teeth are mostly yellow but straight. My predecessor lost his eyes to a harpy a few days back, so I'm new to the role. Don't worry, I know what we're doing. Right, we have 2 types of work, barrels and everything else. On good days, we make a barrel. On bad days, we fail. Well, that's fine, we can always get it done after a good sleep. When the barrels are resting or bending, we do other things, but only for our farmers, builders, fishers. Navica is the most experienced of us. She makes boats, paddles, right? Responsible for her tasks. The tiny woman she points to doesn't even raise an eyebrow. We sometimes make furniture, we do, but merely when something breaks. Not really. We use oak, beech, and pine, but staves have to rest for 3 years, sometimes 2, even 4. Every day I bring 14 steves and 2 headers here, and we replace them with new ones. We're careful with what we have. It's hard to plan years ahead. Need to talk about it with my neighbors first, but maybe the guild would like to provide us with timber? We'd rather barter than lock coins in the keep, you see. It would need to be someone outside of the peninsula. Here everyone cuts only for themselves. Even there's gestures from creeks. We used to have a camp of lumberjacks, but now our warehouse gets emptier every day. For a bit, you discuss with her the value of a wagon filled with logs or planks, but the discussion leaves your area of expertise quickly. You simply promise to get the message to the merchants, and Domitia wishes you a safe journey. Maybe there are some locals looking for a match? Well, the vast majority of the locals see this place as home. Palace seeks a different path. He isn't even 20, but trained to work on the beach, strong and slim and a bit loud. I can even hunt fish, if that's the only work left, he admits. Just not here, not after all the neighbors turned a blind eye towards my harpy of a mother. Just bought Elden Ring, any advice? If you get frustrated or stuck on something, go do something else. Like, in the game, or I guess outside of the game as well. The nice thing about Elden Ring is it's not linear, so if you get stuck on a boss, you can go do any cave, you can do any, run around on torrent and stuff like that. That would be my advice. Also, don't be afraid to play with stuff, because there's a lot of toys, and some of them are very, very helpful. There's a baby in the hallway going, ah. Top Palace, but I've learned, but Timo. Hollis and Marina are still in the match. I had nothing to do with it. Tell him to calm down. He explains quickly the thefts happened many times in the past, both in the village and on the roads. Every kid knows to watch out for outsiders. There was a man here in the beginning of summer. A scavenger said his name was Phyros. He's a timid guy. He was here for a bit, suddenly disappeared, keeping his sleeping spot packed with our own rags. And right, a part of our supplies was also missing. Oh, the guy helped him to getting, I guess, stole shit from him. Oh, whatever. I can help you with this one. I know there used to be such a place, but I never left my home. Better ask a lumberjack or someone who knows the peninsula well if there's some people left. Let's talk later. Inventory. Gamson repair kit. 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours. Fuck, the day's almost over. How did I not see that coming? Enter. Perch Foggy. Wait, what is this? Sharpening poison enhance my senses. Sure. Yeah, I'll do that because I need to heal. Let's go to the creeks. Pressure method is I already met with Glossier, friend. Don't hide things from me. Those are not some strangers, but folks of the north, our neighbors. One of them is from our very own tribe. And they don't target us, just strangers. Asterians spend a lot of time in the village. You're hiding something. I need to know what happened. I'm serious, I don't know. You said there's something of great value hidden in the wilderness, Roadwarden. A treasure, I think. That treasure would change the north. He needed help we couldn't give him. Told us to prepare for Glossier and her bandits to come for supplies. He paid them up front, but she never came. Neither did he. I never saw him like that before. He was tired and worried. His words lacked confidence. It may very well be something that caught him. We weren't part of it. Hi, boss. How you doing? Tell her about Marina. Go to the farmer. No. Ephraim. About the hunters. Leans away, gives you a surprised look, then shrugs so nonchalantly that his hat falls off his back. No, they used to use the old speech. Sounds like drinking song of a seagull. How's the game? It's so good. I'm so intrigued. The only problem is reading it all aloud. I'm trying to I try to save my throat as much as I can. But when something cool happens, you want to play it? Yo, it's so good. It's so good. They only talk to our elders like Foggy, he whispers. They don't call her that. There was a time when they gave us seeds and spears on a visit. We also bought them gifts to ask for something. What was it? After he pressed for bait, you changed the topic. I jumped into the stream. Inventory. Can I... Fucking... I got 3 things of bath supplies. Let me clean. God. I'm so stinky. It's been an hour. Okay. Patched up my clothes. Work for 2 coin. Sure. At one point, you have to flee desperately towards safety. You're tired, your clothes get torn into pieces. Fuck! What time is it? 4 hours. Man, the days go fast now. It went so slow in the beginning because I was reading so much. This guy's dead. How much hours do I have? 4 hours? Let's go to the mage. You playing cultic? Yeah. Where should I put all this? She has another spirit rock. Travel. Gonna get attacked. Enter the tower, sleep. Yeah. The days are getting shorter. No shit. Okay, inventory. Patch up my clothes. Repair up my armor. I stink. I stinky. Let's go down to the fallen tree. Actually, I haven't seen the fallen tree since they fixed it up. They never fixed it up! Who was supposed to fix it up? Was it the carpenters? Take a bath. Okay, I'm going to the creeks. Carpenter. About the path. Restored the brook ford that connects the eastern... Yeah, yep. True. The watchtower is clear. That was quite an expensive balm, you know. One for the bugs. I made a deal with Yusidia. Her sentinels are going to look up the roads that surround the watchtower. One day he'll be grateful for what I've done. Yo, I fixed the eastern path. I got an achievement. Believe it or not, my tribesfolk are saying that the roads are truly getting safer. Beasts are learning the road is not theirs anymore. It's too late to start the journey. Well, fucking sponge cake. A group of young people at the bridge are still preparing to enter the creek and are currently whispering to each other, giving you looks. Some of them are naked. Others keep half-clothed with pants or a shirt, more to avoid the gust of wind than anyone's eyes. Sushi, who plays with her massive axe, speaks first. About a little help. It's not easy to scratch one's back. I'd love some company. The seven souls encourage you to strip, but don't wait for you. The splashes are followed by chuckling and grumbling about the cold water, and once you join the others, you're neither ignored nor at the center of attention. Playful nudges and submerging are indeed accompanied by helping each other, washing hard-to-reach spots, and you find the locals are surprisingly strong arms, proving they have many days of hard labor behind them. After a few active minutes, two male lovers compete after one another by swimming with and against the flow, comparing their speed. The others spread along the banks, chatting this and that in a moment of silence. You decide to direct the topic slightly. How do you feel about creeks? Do you enjoy living here? The answers vary. Sushi plans to move to a different settlement. Another one hopes to see the lands beyond the peninsula. Two would like to start families here since they feel free and loved in their tribe. The last two hope to still change some things about the place before they decide. After a quiet moment, a short blonde male speaks up to you gently. We weren't sure you'd be willing to spend time with such a ribald folk. Instantly interrupted by the others, who start to argue which one of them is more indecent. They then carries on. Aren't the city folk taught to be of a humble gaze and silent breath, like the missionary told us? City folk are prudes. Pay for the privacy. It's impolite to glare at naked stranger. After the invasion, people have to share their space and are used to bathing in numbers. You'd be surprised how many naked shells one may see in the city and touch. It's tied to one's status, like everything in the city. The rich folk bathe in luxurious rooms and invite pay more for many lovers, while most people rather have humble experiences. I kind of want to do this just to see what they say. You'd be surprised how many naked shells one may see in the city and touch. One of the male lovers burst into laughter. I knew the priest was lying about the bathhouses. A wavy-haired woman also chuckles. So we may not be that strange in the city after all. Here's their will to live. Her voice gets solemn. They're shagging. To demonstrate her words, she kisses one of her friends, luring the eyes of the rest of the group. One of the discussions slows down again. The group looks at each other, and the skinny man with the long limbs is first to speak. A round of dice. He gets out without waiting for an answer, and others follow suit. But what do you wager? Asks the brown-skinned woman with the short hair. Apples? You follow them to the grass and sees, like the others, aren't even thinking about gathering their clothes. Seeing how quickly the dice find their way from a bag to the wide, short tree stump, you realize it's not as much a spontaneous invitation as part of an old ritual. Add some dried meat to the pile. Well, what a fancy share. Too bad it's the wrong currency and you won't get a fair exchange. The skinny man adds to your entire package of the prize pool, even though one of his friends asks him to calm down. You look at the light dancing on everyone's skin, but also their hair now shaken by the wind. The way the grass touches your own backside is a bit distracting. The group is almost glancing at one another, gossiping without paying much attention to the game. Sushi once again holds her axe and looks at you while humming her peaceful tune. Oh, Sushi's mirroring at me. The The rules are similar to those of the game you played in the Pelt of the North, but this time 6 people can play at once, and the bone dice are cubes, with 6 dotted faces instead of 4. Every time someone wins a round, they get a point, and the person with the most points at the end wins all the coins. I get to know them better. Flirt a bit. Listen. I'm a road warden. It's a rough life. I'm gonna let him flirt. I lost the food ration. Aside from the skinny coordinator of the game who finally wins it, no one else is trying to keep track of the points or discuss the strategy. Hands their dice, push the cups, and return to either resting on the grass or holding a nearby person, including you. You hear their names, but you need some time to memorize all of them at once. The skinny man tries to learn more about the trees, hoping to be a forest gardener. Sushi claims to be the fastest axe thrower in the village and announces this with a quiet song. The short one with wavy hair used to study herbs in Howler's Dell, but came here to move away from the druid's strict looks. The male couple both help old Hava on the farm and hope to learn enough to supervise the fields on their own. The dark-skinned woman with short hair plans to fix the houses in the palisade. The last person, a blonde male of tiny stature, who said almost nothing during the last hour, is proud to announce him as the only cave explorer in Creeks. Though once you ask about any interesting finding, he instantly refuses to share. You catch a soul-crushing terror in his eyes. Ah. Finally, the youths decide to get back to their task, and the skinny man throws you your clothes. It was nice, says the woman with an axe on her naked shoulder. She invites you to approach with her spread arm. I hug them all and prepare myself to leave. It's getting a bit too intimate. I smile at them and grab my clothes. I hug them! While your nose only catches the freshest of the creek and the few hints of trampled grass, there's a comforting warmth in skin and lips that touch you. A shelter from the winds. You get dressed and cross the bridge. I want to spend time with Sushi. Where's that option? Or Shoshi. I like sushi because it just reminds me of sushi, and I'm hungry. Inventory. How many? I got 1 ration left. Okay, so I should... How much time? I got 3 hours. So she's waiting on a message from Marina. Okay, I'm currently in Creek. Let's go to Gale Rock. You're right by a patrol from Creeks is escorting a cart loaded with timber. They greet you politely, mentioning the growing safety on the roads. As you ride further, you notice the fresh coat of pebbles covering the muddier scraps of the trail, the trimmed shrubs, and a clear tufts of grass. From now on, it should be easier to cross the path between Foggy Lake and the village. I'm making a difference. Hydrate, thank you. My mouth is very dry. I returned to the young people looking for a match. I tell Marina what I've learned about Shoshi. She looks around nervously and her voice is low and hesitant. An open relationship? As if, seeing her blush, you nod. Our forebears wouldn't encourage such a way of living. Does she pray? When you mention that her village in general seems to not put too much importance in matters of faith, she seems to lose hope. Is she pretty at all? She says without meeting your eyes. You try to answer some more specific questions, making her interest suddenly grow. If she's really looking for safe, slow days, ask her if she's willing to abandon this weird wish. Tell her, she pauses. Tell her this. You can find love of soul and shell with me, and a new path free of empty carvings. You won't ever look back and regret it. I should introduce myself as Villa, the roomkeeper. She's old and wrinkled and pale. Her voice remains strong. Your first instinct is to nod and realize it won't really help you. She repeats, "You smell of horse. Room?" "Yes." "Right." She simply walks down the corridor between the few humble chambers. The lit candle makes you sigh in relief. "What color?" After a moment, she tries again. "The horse coat." "Oh, What does Bumptious look like? It's a zebra. Bumptious is a zebra this whole time. I'm feeling like Bumptious is like a gray horse. I'm feeling gray. She lets out a surprised grunt. So far from the growing mountains, I guess there are some gray hills around here. The room's far from comforting. The ceiling is only a head above you. The walls are rounded and bare of any decorations, and the only chest looks more like a crude crate. At least the dried grasses covering the sleeping pallet are bug-free and smell fresh. You don't have to share it, she says with amusement. How much for this delight? She chuckles, still turns to you with her profile. Don't worry, you won't be cold. We don't let any mold in here. I have a nose for it. You can work for the village for merely a few hours in the morning, move some weights around, or you can pay me 2 coins. I won't take less. Or need none at all, or just throw it to Savina's chest in a few days. And 2 coins. I guess I need to heal, so whatever. Muddy roads. The thick walls block the humming of winds, birds, and river. The keeper heads to her own room, and you occasionally hear the whispers and snores of other dwellers. My imagination sculpts terrifying creatures in the darkness, and it takes me a while before I calm down, or anxious and focus on my breath, and then on the beating of my heart. I hold on to my dagger and focus on the touch of my blanket. Finally some peace. You go to the cook. I'd like a meal. I'm just gonna eat. That's 3. Great. I step away. Travel. I want to go to Creeks and see if we can move this damn tree. Carpenter. Eastern path. Tree. Let's go. Pile my belongings on the wagon's corner, covering them with my heavy cloak. Just in case I keep my axe on my belt. It doesn't take long for the sound of wheels and boots to cut through the song of birds and insects. Your loud journey is accompanied not by sounds of trampled and kicked rocks, but also the conversation of woodcutters who are spread among many other worries. Who are spread around without many worries. They cross a thin gorge with Ephraim the hunter, waiting on the side of the road. He stands still looking at you, looking around like a gate guard from the city. But once you get closer, he joins you with an excited look and light steps, shaking the wolf's head. Don't worry, friend. I may be here to protect us, but my destiny is to keep you breathing to the very end. You seem happy to leave the village. Oh, I've been around. He reaches for his obsidian club and swings it left and right, trying to both move forward and demonstrate a few defensive stances. But there's always more to see, and a land as wild as this one changes every season. After a few minutes, they reach you and Ephraim. You look like a flock of vagabonds and a squad of guards. All these axes and spears. Oh, wait. You move past the tavern and head south where you encounter Ilan and Ziffy, those foragers. They move through the meadows with long sticks in hands. Once they notice your expedition, they run up the road where the larger man asks the others. Where do you see you all in one place without the walls to hide you? Crews they are. How's today's hunt going? Island, careful as usual, reaches for his throwing club and makes a slow throw-like gesture. His polished and lacquered weapon shines in the sun. I hit a blue grouse. It didn't have a chance. Tisby scoffs. Aye, on the 3rd try. But his companion ignores it. Oh, we have a few snake eggs. A good dinner awaits. After that, they mostly speak with Ephraim about the mouflon he recently delivered to them. Then turn back before you get to the stone statue, wishing you a safe journey. Be sure to look at the bushes. Hostile path awaits. Is it the damn wolves again? Efren looks behind, then at you. Do you ever sing in Haviland during work? His words are so loud that you have no doubt that the rest of the group also heard them. No, it would slow down labor. Our songs are a bit more tame than the ones from the villages. We still remember the tunes before the war, the city folk will strength. We hear their tales of the 10 cities. We sing the songs of the sea. Yeah, I like that. How do they go? You recognize Soshi's voice. You start with a favorite shanty, leading the group through the quick, repetitive melody as the lead, then giving them some time to repeat the last few words. Once everyone learns how to follow, the woman replaces you, giving you poor throat some rest. Me. Give me some rest. But also adjusting the words slightly. Ships turned into boats, krakens into dragons. It's hard to tell anymore if it's a song about missing home from the waves, or ocean, or about being lost in the woods. I stopped singing, annoyed how they reject. That's not how it actually goes. That's how stories go. They're not doing it right. We can eat here, declares the hunter as you approach the watchtower, and ask the people behind him to spread the news. The carts and travelers gather in the middle of the crossroads, forming a defensive circle, while some of the other folks unpack food rations. Before you sit down on the grass, Efren gestures you to join him. Help me, I? Two of you approach the wagon covered with rawhide. After the hunter pushes it aside, you instantly realize what the man plans to do. It's not much, but enough for the winter. Watch out for splinters. A few breaths later, you learn the new door. You lean the new door against the wall and then start moving the old pieces of wood, throwing them away. Surprised the carpenter built it so quickly. He didn't. It used to be a table. We have no way of making a lock, but maybe bears won't learn how to turn a knob. After a short break, the expedition starts to restore its previous shape, while you and the hunter leave them behind, scouting ahead. The overgrown path twists through the hills and bushes. This route has issues much larger than a fallen tree. Your companion's voice is tired and quiet. 2, maybe 3 more years until it'll be safer to block it completely. Both of you reach for your blades when a sudden cry comes from down the road. It resembles an ape, a young troll, or a human tormented by visions. It lasts for a few breaths and ends abruptly as it started, but isn't followed by any attack or even footsteps. I'll go check it out. You push away the leaves and once again hear the cry. It comes from the goblins gathered at the edge of the road, none of which look in your direction. Their thick furs and shades of brown and black make you realize that you've encountered the very same pack in this area before. Most of them stand still in silence, either on all fours or using their crude sticks and clubs to remain upright. 2, however, are hitting the ground with their fists and shaking their empty shell at yet another goblin, an elder covered with gray fur, whose upper half is leaning against a tree while the bottom half is a few feet away in a puddle of blood. Oh, shit. The guts spilling out from its stomach don't suggest a promising diagnosis. You get back to Efren, who's too focused on a cudgel to adjust the tilted wood's head. So? Goblins, they're mourning their dead leader. Goblins, they're too stupid to realize their leader's dead. I'm going to say they're mourning. So it's been wailing? I didn't know they cared. I mean, they get caught by beasts as often as we do. He then frowns as if words make him unsure. But after he shakes his head and adjusts his hat, his confident self returns. Well, there's more of them among the trees. Let's keep watch. Let's gather a fair group of fighters and strike first. Bird creatures can both move on 2 legs. Argue how smart a goblin can really get. It's clear that they can fight with a pointed stick or pick up an abandoned sword, but it looks like they can't even start their own fire nor speak. They travel around and move in camps every now and then. What are the chances you find a single creature? If you see it, turn back. Its family is just nearby. If you really want to hurt them, take care of their home. Sink it, ruin it, burn it, whatever you do with it, move away. Goblins are capable of mourning their dead in human-like ways. There's still more to learn about them. Do I want to attack him or just... Like, I feel bad for them because their leader just died. Or their elder. I'm gonna hope they flee. Why would you care? His whispers get louder and you catch a hint of disgust. The more of these vile creatures we take down, the more merciful the woods become for us. Leaving blood and corpses will teach predators there's free food to pick here. He listens to your brief story of your previous encounter with the creatures and cries to inspect the beaten path. Their footprints are here, he says to himself and stands up and fixes the wolf head. Good call. Let's tell the others to have weapons at hand and make sure we make as much noise as we can. Make sure to be louder than you need, occasionally shout and sounds of wooden handles hitting the wagons to noise of boots and wheels. When you reach the bloody spot, you only find the legs and loins of the Grey Goblin. Roadwarden says the goblins scare beasts away from the road. It's better for us this way. Aye, aye. You should confident in your judgment. The hunter seems grumpy. Don't worry, you have many journeys ahead. I saved the goblins. I'm sure it'll bite me in the ass later. It's not too bad, says Sushi as you reach the fallen tree. It's thin. We can surround it. I'll keep an eye on the surroundings. The broken wagon is the first task the workers take care of. A few dozen souls that arrived here would be enough to simply push the tree to one side. Use the crags to observe the area, moving around with haste. I miss sitting in a saddle. After another few hours, no one has enough fortitude to start another conversation. Once the carts and wagons are ready, the crew demands half an hour break. The road back is rough. The heavy blocks of wood require the dragging crew that takes turns every few minutes or so, hoping that no one will be pushed to exhaustion. Crossing the bridge is the worst part. Lifting and dropping the vehicles is dangerous for the primitive wheels. But if one of them breaks, needing to be replaced on spot, one of the foragers finally proposes heaping up soil on a temporary gentle slopes, which one, again, takes a lot of time. Maybe one way to avoid keeping it fixed would take many dangerous journeys. I'd rather see a proper bridge made of stone, but the old folks at Old Pagos haven't made one. Maybe one day we'll have to make savings and buy the materials ourselves. "5 dragons, huh?" I mutter. Pay me more. Foggy and her crew welcome you at the gate with their few tables, benches, and chairs moved outside the palisade, inviting everyone to sit down and eat. But more than half of the crew has to sit down on the wagons. 2 of the foragers refuse the meal, instead laying in the soft grass. You get a bowl of warm stew, heavy and fat, with snake eggs placed on top, a piece of pheasant meat. The vegetables are properly seasoned and juicy, though you'd love to have an extra pinch of salt. The worst part is the road is behind you, and while the people remain quiet, they eat with enthusiasm. The tavern keeper approaches you and Ephraim. It may be dark, but you'll feel she's covering you with devouring shadow. Well, loves, how's the road? Worth the effort? Keep the conversation going. While the hunter sighs, too tired to say a word, you indulge her appetite for gossip. You describe what you've seen, and she scratches her large chin. She seems unsure what to say. So the real gloom is behind the tower. But even before it, we need more work. You chit-chat until Ephraim starts to wake up the napping workers. There's the start. Yeah, appearance. Saved! A woman with a big axe crosses the gorge with laughter, and that expedition leaves the carts and wagons in front of the bridge. Seeing how dark it is, you're not surprised. Oh shit, it's already nighttime. Not like anyone's gonna steal it. We were lucky though. Let's not tempt the beasts. The rest of the tribe welcomes your group with open gate, and relieved laughter fills the little village. They seem surprised to learn that no one was seriously wounded. Ella and Ephraim share a brief embrace, but the carpenter doesn't hesitate to mention the hunter's smell. If they betray me now, I'll kill them all. What is that? What is that as an option? Time to collect my reward. The carpenter reaches for a lit torch and asks you to follow him. 5 dragons is a lot, but I'd pay 4 times as much for keeping everyone safe. You did a good job. He opens the wooden cask and counts out the pieces of bone. Tell me, Dan, what do you think? How's the road? You know how a merchant may feel on it. It's shit. You need a year-long Roadwarden and a group of soldiers. I like that. Nothing unique about this one. Protect it, it'll be safe. Neglect it, and it'll be lost. You're right. It's just one of those days in the wilderness for you. I often think there's a vast world outside the peninsula. Maybe we can shape this small scrap of land with hard work. I wait patiently. The carpenter pauses for a long while, then starts to draw an invisible map on the workbench with his fingers, muttering to himself, yes. You've already done more than on the road than I expected, friend. I dare say more than any outsider in this generation. The tribe can take it from here. He reaches for something resting on the log bench beneath the table, turns towards you. You already received your pay, but maybe you'd like to take a hair pelt as a gift? Foggy doesn't need it, but you'll get a dragon or 2 for it in another village. Take a look at the fine fur and roll it into a more mobile shape. Seeing how Ella observes you, you tell him to just ask. I can't figure out what pushed you to be this much of a help, friend. I know some things you've seen were just on your path, but others took a true risk. Creeks is a lovely place. I hope it succeeds. His proud smile is followed by a victorious stance. It's one of a kind, aye? Living here is only going to get better. I'll put my whole life into making sure that... He rests one hand on the stomach and reaches out to you with the other hand. Come here again in spring or later. You'll see a real change in the peninsula. I shake his hand. I return to sushi. Try to recall Marina's message. I guess it's not meant to be. She shakes her head with disappointment. I'm glad you opened this chance up for me, friend, but there are parts of me I'm not willing to change. Still, I'll make sure the tribe hears about your help. She suddenly raises her axe and shouts, Hey, you! She addressed Winnow in particular, but her powerful voice makes everyone stop. They did a big favor for me, aye? Be nice. A few people smile or scoff, and life goes on. And if you want to bring Marina my answer, she rests her chin on the top of her blade. Tell her, think it over, for I can make every day of yours sweet and light, if you're ready to breathe fully. I jump into the stream. I clean now. Seek shelter. They won't let me stay? I pour what you need to take care of. She nods to a wooden cask that's under the table. It's larger than your stomach. It's a mighty fine, strong cider. Brewed it myself. The folks at White Marshes paid for it days ago. It was meant to be a wedding gift, but no soul came to pick it up. Take it to them, dear. I know it's heavy, but I bet you're eager to not go there. But 3 coins is going to be plenty fine for you if it's not that far from here, and don't lose it at a trader's stall. It's not so valuable that you want to sell it behind my back. Consider it done. I need to sleep. I need to heal, so we'll pay the stupid... I need to pee real quick, chat. I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my water too. I'm back. Yo, I've been snacking on the Christmas cookies I made the other day. Oh my god, they're now that like the icing's set and hard, so good. Okay. What's the difference between a coin and a dragon bone? Same thing. Okay. Let's do. I want to go back to the hideout because we have the necklace for Glaucia, and we also told her where the runaway was. So maybe that'll give us some favor. The gnolls are gone. That's good. Two goblins are in a brighter tunnel. Their hairless faces with small eyes and large mouth are now turned towards you. I observed them for a bit. With worried ape-like snorts, they totter around, afraid to reach for their find. Not sure where they should fix their gaze. You interrupted a family dispute. I'll wait to see what they're going to do. There's only two goblins. I was like, we could probably kill them. Creature's a head taller than you, with gray skin, no hair, nor genitals. Its feet are webbed, the legs are disproportionately long. Its yellow eyes, large black dots at the center, are also as round and large as the bottom of a mug and draw your attention away. It's looking straight at you, holding the long fingers of a raw fish. You made it stop in the middle of its next bite. You size each other up until the monster resumes its meal, and the fish blood spills out of its hands. As it keenly follows your movements, it swallows the flesh whole without chewing. I walk away. I enter the hamlet. I think this belongs to you. Hearing you reach for something, she leaps away and turns towards you rapidly, but seeing the trinket, she stands still with an open mouth. After a few heartbeats, she clears her throat and reaches towards you with an open four-fingered palm. So what is, stranger? I ain't one to keep around sentimental rubbish. She glanced at her boots. Cheers, I guess. I smile and toss to her. Also, Rufina will make you a new one next time you get home. Also, she'll kick your teeth out. She observes the necklace in silence, then glances at the nettles as if it should find its rest with them. Finally, she puts it in a sack at her side. Her mouth is torn between a smile and remaining tight-lipped. I ain't sure I like your nosiness, but I admit I'd like to see Rufina kicks in those fancy togs of hers. Her steps seem a bit lighter than usual. About the spa you wanted me to do. Tell me about you. She stops and rubs a large nettle leaf between her fingers. There ain't much of a story for me to share. After spending a few days, I'm surprised your band didn't get mauled to death. Why don't you try to secure the roads? There's some who convinced you had something to do with the serious disappearance. And who are these some? Ella of Creeks. She takes her hand off you and continues her walk. It's something to discuss with him anyway. I use the opportunity to make him remember to value his silence. She kicks away a piece of roof that's fallen on the ground and without stopping turns for full circle. Maybe it's her stride that helps her maintain the angry tone, hiding any trace of melancholy. After the people of Steep House, I returned there a few days later to torch any neighbor left behind by the scavengers. Me. She glances at a few of her men whose eyes are focused at the nearby grasses and nettles. Me and a few others who were hiding with me in a cave, with raw meat and bark in our stomachs, rags on our backs, and sharpened flints in hands. A rook tries to rest on the wooden post next to her, but it struggles to stay upright. It rescues itself with a wing flap, then lands on Gloscia's shoulder, only for a few heartbeats. When she carries on, her words flow slowly, dim and flat. We pushed the ashes aside, dug in the soft ground, and even jumped into the stream, where there are new shells awaiting us. Ghouls, we thought, runners or goblins. We traveled far those days to warn our last few friends. Awoken will strike, we told them. Make clubs, dig moats. We waited in this very hamlet, seeking them and preparing ourselves. A year went by, then another. We saw the first enslaved shells in white marshes, the deeds of Arentius the priest. We thought little of it, not the first sin of our lifetimes, until we realized it wasn't merely their dead they awoken. They'd taken my husband, my parents, many others, wagons of dead flesh. You spent a good minute in silence. We're but a band of workers. We can't storm walls or send in an army of beasts to punish evil acts. But our work bears fruits, and we'll find a way to get rid of the necromancers, or make their lives so dire they leave their homes to their own. I'm sorry. She adjusts the buckle on her boot and then reaches for a water skin. I don't ask for pity. Either cut off the rotting limb of the awoken or shut your face. The 10-year-old mystery. The clues you've gathered suggest that this lazy peninsula went through many changes 10 years ago. Accidentally, at the time when the southern village has fallen. You could use what you've learned to ask the locals exactly what happened. Interesting. So now I can try to figure out what happened to Steeped Hills. Which I was super curious about, but I couldn't ask anyone about it, so that's kind of cool. You see a strange creature in the distance, not smaller than a bear, with a troll-like posture and dense red fur. Let's just do a quick save. It's turned away from you, crouching near a fresh deer carcass, tearing away the flesh and stuffing its mouth with it. Just in case you try to ride around it, but you get lost again, avoiding the trap-like corridors of fallen trees. At one point, you reach a bright glade with sparse brushes and colorful meadow. Some of the plants bear berries that shouldn't be trusted. You also find a couple tasty-looking green and yellow apples, plums, and old strawberries. You spot no larger creatures, just a few monkeys, rats, and birds, terrified of your presence, trying to both keep their distance and fill their stomachs. I'm gonna pick some fruits. You walk in the sunlight, putting the harder in the bottom of the bag. Putting the harder in the bottom of the bag. The orchard is peaceful, but from time to time the distant roars make you flinch. The memory of a red beast tearing its prey to pieces returns to you with every loud rustle. You spot movement at the edge of the glade. One of the creatures notices your gaze. It leaps forward, but not alone. Another identical beast shows up nearby. A large, cream-colored cat, smaller than a gray wolf, but making spectacular jumps. You drop everything you found so far. Darn. No fruits for me. No crossbow still. So monkey's throwing shit at me. Place the bronze. Because that lad's gone. Find a new segment of the road, which seems... How much time I got? 6 hours? Seems to be shorter, but you need to cover distance on your foot. Cutting the dried out branches, the tree crones have been merciless. Hardly any ferns or grass have managed to survive. Right under the tree, there's a dead red boar, too large for you to lift. Its tusk could be worth a few coins, but the scavengers may show up any moment. Approach it. Examine the area first. The tree is a bit away from the other weaker dead plants. You walk around it, spot a bloodstain on the trunk near the hollow. You don't notice any wounds on the boar, at least not from a distance, but also no signs of illness. It's not young. Its heart could have stopped working. You realize that such young trees almost never have hollows in them. They don't have time to grow branches thick enough to cause new holes to fall. I observe the tree. Even a stronger gust of wind doesn't move the tree's thin branches. I throw a rock at the tree. The sound it makes resembles hitting the ground. The creature doesn't roar or howl, but the movements of its limbs let out a wood-like creaks. It swings them furiously, aiming at your direction. You notice the slow movements of its roots. It's a tree ant. Oh, fuck. I was like, is it a fake tree? It is. It's a fucking tree ant. Let's do a quick save. I make a torch. Keep an eye on the tree ant. You pull out the wooden staff, examine the rags tied at its end, and cover them with oil. From your tinderbox, you unpack the flint, the linen char cloth, and the cube-like piece of harsh pyrite. Thanks to a bit of luck, you make a couple of sparks quickly. You hold the flame out in front of you, the beast swings, get more focused and focus. Its bottom limbs are now uprooted. It crawls towards you. I swing it in front of me. The limbs are nimble and unpredictable, ending with dozens of finger-like twigs. I do your best to scorch a few of them, but to no avail. At one point, the entire tree leans forward, and grabs the torch, pulling it so fiercely that you almost end within its grasp. I run away. Okay. Hang on, I got a survivor achievement. What did that mean? Survive more battles than most travelers. Cool. Travel. I want to go to... You take a short ride through the roads to the tower. The branches, rocks are cleared. The trail evened out. Eusidia has kept her word. Eudocia. Eusidia? Eudocia? I guess we're done. Looks so. Thanks, Stan. Fantastic. As a bonus reward for placing all the rods, you can buy my spirit rocks cheaper. Such a journey would take me weeks, or it wouldn't. Or I wouldn't try it. She chuckles, but as she twirls her hair, her eyes grow absent again. Let's trade. 6? Yes. Do you need help with anything else? Lips form a shadow of a smile. I do, but it won't be as much of an ordeal, a simple errand. She moves closer and pulls out a dry flower petal from her pocket. See, it's like an orange tulip, but it has much larger leaves. It's called snake bait. Bring me 1 or 2 freshly picked. I'll pay you 5 dragons. Any tips where I can find it? That's the hard part. You try in the western villages or in the deep woods. They need light, so not in caves, but stay in shadows. So below trees. Edges of meadows would be my guess, or maybe you'll find one just by the main road. I bet it's in those meadows where it's like you feel unsafe. Deal. I sleep. Okay, so now... Man, I almost have the full path here. I need to kill the fucking monkeys is what I need to do. Okay, if we go south here... Let's go to the Pelt of the North first. I don't think there's anything I need to do, but... I would like to check. Head to the armor. Approach the guards. I've seen a weird human-like creature with gray skin. It was eating a raw fish of the pond. Any clue? I never heard of such a beast. Might be a bad sign. That's not good. I'm gonna do a little quick save and I could throw some dice. Maybe just quick save my money. Step toward Quintus. Ward. He just says Warden. I paid for you to come here, saved your life, and Warden, that's what you have to say to me? Cross my arms, straighten up. Give him back the iron you took from the people of Rocks. He instantly reaches towards his belt. After taking a glance at the guards, he raises his hand. Come on, Roadster. Without it, I have nothing to sell once I get south. Don't try to play me. You stole it long before you lost your belongings. But I need it more than some fishers. If you try to leave the peninsula before I connect your debt, I won't be so kind the next time I find you. Glances at your weapon and turns away, moving a few jars on the shelf. No, I don't think so. I may be in need of Roadwarden services, but not of their nosiness. I'm not dropping it so easily. You start, and the man lets out an unusual loud chuckle. You notice movement at the entrance, and the man's gestures suddenly get more confident. Is that so? Why can't you figure out what happened in that place by yourself? I want to say this last one because I'm starting to feel like that. No, okay. Destroyed by the wrath of the herds. Shit. raided by humans. Fucking... That's one way to put it. Fine, I'll give you that. But I have no interest in changing things as they are. And helping you may be a cut of the branch on which I sit. Nothing fancy, just pay me. He sized you up. Considering everything, how about 17 coins? It's too much. Crossbow. Okay, that's all. Wash my shell. Step away. Travel. Let's go to the beholder. I'm gonna give you another fucking rock. The tree greets your offering with the sound of moving, stretching branches. I approach the weird fruit that has suddenly appeared. It appeared in a couple of moments, transforming into a button-sized sphere into a large fruit. While its shape and size resembles an apple, it's also pale, entwining the whites and grays of bone. It's divided into a number of slices, like an expensive toy made of marble. The tree is now larger, taller, but becomes silent once motionless, sated in its hunger. Your farewell gift is waiting for you. I spent an hour or so making the tools that will allow me to pick the fruit from where I am. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. You look for 2 long branches, required shape. At first, you make a curved hook and then a net-like piece of cloth. All it takes is a single pull. It's hard like bone, smooth like polished granite, and just as cold. You look at the tree and nothing else grabs your attention. Either good shit or really bad shit's about to happen. Has one of those critters of yours brought you the news? I have the fruit. He straightens up and takes the fruit gently. Carries it to the cave. When he returns, he bows his head to you. I'm astonished, traveler, I am. It must have taken a lot. We're almost done with it. Return to me once you're ready to take me to Old Pagos and back, but nay later than early in the afternoon. It may help us push away the wild animals, but I'll be weak to protect us from the creatures of the night. We may need 6 hours. I got 7 hours. Walks through the metal door and leaves alone for a few minutes. Once he returns, he holds a red staff and a linen bag, which he gives to you. I'm old, you carry it. Which he states matter-of-factly. He's changed into similar pants and a tunic, but their greens, blues, and reds are lively. You don't see any stitches or patches. Still, it looks like an old commandant, not a priest. Commandant. As you lead Bumptious down the path, there isn't much of an opportunity to speak with the old druid. He looks around, observes the plants and sky, and hardly ever glances towards you. Never for long enough to have a chance to read your lips. How's my throat holding up? Good. I think after we do this, I'll switch to a cultic. It's just so interesting. I let them play out their games. The mayor welcomes the elder with a nod. We're honored to see your arrival, Forest Speaker. Might be today you want us to leave us already. There's no trace of her city accent. The elder's tone is firm and polite. I nay here.
If there had been another path I could take it, I would. Glad to see you're in good health. This place does not need me. And thanks to the stranger, I can reach the people with great misfortune. Beholder has been awoken. Our people have the right to its seed. You're robbing us of a fruit for which we've been waiting since spring. Her cadence is indistinguishable from your companions, but you notice their staffs are at identical length. I made the sacrifice. It belongs to me, and I get to decide. And this stranger has chosen what none of you is brave enough to do. Even you, Elpis. He points at the pale druidess with his staff. His hand is shaking. To think you would dare to claim our holy totem as your belonging. Your soul is marked with corruption. He looks around. You who believe you deserve the seed, do they understand who you are, how lost you are? He moves his staff around, pointing at various faces. He wants to move forward, but the mayor puts hands at her sides. In her eyes, you see an unfamiliar glimpse of fear. You've already eaten the seed once, O speaker. Do they make us use force? He knows what he's doing. A good minute passes before the elder speaks again. My wife welcomed you into this world, Laius. I myself voted to use the seed to heal your weak bones. I can nay believe you've fallen so far. Our journey illuminates, nay doubt, but you're a brigand. Only you can hear a sigh. Enough of this. Be gone. He doesn't wait any longer. He steps towards, and the mayor gets out of your way, observing the two of you with fear and fury. You cross the bridge and then the open gate. The man returns to silence, but his back is bowed, his shoulders drooping. What did they want with the fruit? Cause Elpis didn't want. Elpis didn't want Thais to expand Howler's Dell because she was biting off more than she needed. Maybe Elpis wanted the fruit to overthrow Thais? When I was not a brat, nay, a bow was trimmed with a greater purpose. Nay, only for humans, both in trees and land. Pinching the spirits was a misdeed. He turns to you, observing your lips. I've heard tales of great sages, but before the days of the emperors who restored such lands with a single spell, brought them back to life, help us find forgiveness the right path. Where are the sages now? Those are just stories. He glances at the dead trees. Made up by those who dream of salvation. But do they know who they need to be saved from? Who will think there's a balm that will cure a soul, the fate itself? The hills are bright and colorful. The tall grasses and flowers dance in the wind, unaware of the countless grasshoppers, butterflies, and mice that romp and prey among them. As time goes on, the old man's walking pace slows down, observing the land around you with great interest. His keen eyes stop on trees, bushes, and flowers. There are the crops on the plateau that make him stop for a bit. After a minute or two, he speaks. The plants want to fall. They need no more than 2 rains. The farmers need to come out right after dawn. He doesn't look at your lips, just turns around and approaches the second ascent, once again slowing down to climb it without your help. The man awaits at the gates and reaches out to you. You give him the bag, and he gave you back at his shelter. You didn't have to stay away, but it will nay be pleasant. I'll come out soon and we'll leave this place right away. The village may be cured, but that does not mean the plague is cleansed. We can still be infected. He raises his red staff and uses it to knock on the gate. You don't wait long for the dark-eyed woman to open the peephole. This time there are not many people around her. Let me in, says the druid. The peephole closes. After a few minutes of moving wooden bars, the gates open slightly. You have a couple of moments to look around. The few buildings you notice are unlike anything you've seen in this province, made of materials that resemble rock faces seen on the very hill, with tiled roofs and stone walls. The gates close. I stayed near the gate. You hear footsteps, voices, crying, heavy objects that are moved around. For a couple of moments, everything calms down, but then a sudden wind strikes you, pushing you away from the wall. Your skin tingles, and your shell convulses. Your stomach hurts. You want to spit out something that you can't comprehend, like a dragon with a breath of pestilence. The feeling stops suddenly. You wipe the sweat from your forehead, feeling a weird relaxation in your limbs, a lethargy under your control. Something you'd feel after a long day of training or hard work. You take a deep breath, and the wood, stone, smoke, grass, ground spark a new sensation in your nose. Some sort of sharpness that you hadn't perceived before. Only now do you notice the gate is open, and the old man is right next to you, kneeling, leaning forward, breathing heavily. He opens his bag, pulling out the weird fruit that you gave him. With shaking hands, he detaches the first slice of its skin. But before you take a good look at it, it turns into gray powder and slips through the man's fingers. The rest of the fruit follows example, covering the soil with an ash-like dust. The thing that remains resembles yet another fruit, or a cherry-sized seed, levitating in the middle of a floral rib cage. The man observes it for a few breaths, then reaches for it with 2 fingers, squishing it softly and puts it in his mouth. During the next minute, he gets up, grins at you, dusts off his knees, takes a step forwards, which turns into a dance like skipping. He then descends from the hill without a word. You hear the joyful calls of villagers, their hysterical laughter and names screamed at the sky, welcoming those who have awoken after a long dream. For the first hour, the elder swings his staff around like a conjurer in the marketplace and hums to himself like a drunkard. His walking pace remains stable. As time goes on, this frenzied state fades out. At first, he returns to using his staff. Then he gives you his bag. He looks down, hobbling, and finally asks you for help. You help the man dismount, realizing how light he actually is. Holding your shoulder, he points toward the bench near the spring. You help him sit down and place his staff and bag nearby. He's smiling, covered by sunbeams, stretching out his legs, leaning back to rest on the warm rocks. We've done a good job, he says quietly, but clearly. Now all we can do is hope they'll stop cutting down trees before the wild creatures push them into the sea. After a moment, he opens his eyes and looks at your lips. Thanks. And I thank you. It's one of the strange things that makes us different for so many creatures. We may belong to a single pack, yet we've joined our strength, pursued the same goals. He looks at the small garden, saved the lives of others, just because we could. Our souls do make me wonder. He sighs. I want to get some sleep. If you need anything before you leave, now's the time. What can you tell me about the tribe of the Green Mountain? Listen closely, I'm not going to say anything else. The road in the far east, the one that's abandoned, is nay showing the truth. Look for a bridge made of stone. On its northern side, turn east again, go along the stream. It'll be rough at first, but soon enough, you'll get to the game trail and then a mountain. Climb it to reach the village of the Green Mountain. Who follow traditions older than any of ours. This grim tribe avoids the outside world, rights followers who have hurt them. If you want them to share a stew with you, this is what you should say. I'm a freedom seeker, a friend of the speakers of the forest. Say these words like an unwanted guest looking for a roof. They do not want you there, but prove to them you're willing to listen and just speak. There's nothing else to say. I deserve to know what happened in the ruined village. It was pillaged by humans and destroyed. Yes, you see our shame. Okay. Hour before dusk. Oh, he let me in. Cave is austere, only lit by several candles. The corridor leading deeper underground is flooded. The air is humid but free of mold and putridity, despite all the wooden furniture. The The man points at a bunch of brown and gray furs lying on the floor, mostly taken from boars and deer. Though there's also an especially large one that belonged to a red and black bear. Feel free to pile them up. Should make for a soft bed. Just be sure to spread them around when you wake up. They need to cover as much ground as they can. He also nods towards a wooden table, where you can see an array of expensive instruments made of glass, gold, and copper. Bottles, scales, knives, alchemics, mortars, and crucible. And if you do not know much about alchemy, stay away. It is expensive. I look at the woman lying in the bed. She's more touched by the time than the man. Her eyes are wide open and observe you with something of fear and curiosity. When you make contact with her, she starts to murmur nervously and covers her head with a blanket. The man also notices her movement and strokes his beard when he sees you looking at her. That's my wife. The best thing you can do is ignore her. Her soul is shattered. Her shell is weak. She no longer speaks. She was the owner of this table. You ask if she was bothered by your presence, and you see his sad smile. She will forget about it as soon as she looks away. But she's dangerous in a way. If you keep your distance, she will nay approach you. But when she's stressed, her powers take control over her. Protecting a mad magic user it's difficult. I won't bother her. Flooded corridor. Take a candle, look down the corridor, but it doesn't help much. Alchemical instruments. It's already late. My eyes hurt after the last potion I brewed. Sleep. Got 2 healing potions. I want to go to Old Pagos. I want to see if it's You're greeted with triumphant shouts and applause. Tertia turns out to be tall and skinny, holding a spear that would be too long for most, but suits her size. While her tribesfolk are wearing tunics and robes made of ibex fur or hemp, she's put on an impressive breastplate made of animal shell. She has short, dark hair, and while her skin is dark brown, you can tell there are others in her village who carry the blood of the Southerners. Her voice matches her cheerful brown eyes as she speaks in the name. We keep you in our prayers, Dan, if we could. We would invite you for a feast, but we need to keep our distance, at least till the end of winter. We'd like to reward you, even if there's naught that would make us even. Oh? There's not but one treasure we own in this village, a stuff very close to our hearts. She raises a rod made of iron and steel, a bit longer than a finer span, but thin, finished with a flattened edge for cutting. It occurs as a simple chisel. An elderly man chips in. It belonged to my son, the greatest sculptor who's ever lived in Old Pagos. It's right glory and a great joy. His words are sonorous and solemn. It's filled with pneuma that makes its holders' hands so powerful they can carve into granite so precisely they can write in glass. A short pause. And if you think it won't put it to good use... That's Tertia. Oh, and if you think you won't put it to good use... We took the time to gather our savings. It's not much. 18 dragons, but not. Her chuckle sounds like it belongs to a different soul, one lost in the past. Oh, I have a different idea. It's time to speak to them about joining forces with Hovland. But I want the cool chisel. Thank you, I'm honored. I show my respect with a bow. I found an ibex marked with a red knot. Was it yours? Don't trust them. They have an order of druids who bow to animals and dead spirits, and their mayor Thais has too many grand ideas in her head and a tongue dancing to lies. 10 years ago, she tried to tie the tribes of the north with a pact, yet wanted to grasp all the wealth, telling us we should pay her for protection. Her laughter is as hollow as her soul. Don't let them cloud your eyes. They have riches, food, mead, and pretty houses, but all of them carry poison. This poison what leads them. So yeah, I think Hallersdale is responsible. Like, maybe Hallersdale united people and then they attacked the Steeping Hills. You told me Thais had grand plans 10 years ago. Is this related to the ruins in the south? Warden, studying the past is part of your duties, I realize that. But you'll not find a worth in that place, and naught can be fixed. My duty is to keep everyone safe. I want to see what happens. Okay. How much time I got? 7 hours, 15 minutes. The monkeys got used to my presence. I look at the enemy. The fright ape is falling at you in a nearby tree. You have no time or space to dodge. The beast is tall as a human with little to no fur. Fright apes are... we're just told to run. You can't hurt them, right? Apes. We've seen one fright ape. You know what? Gray one, large muscles. If it attacks you, it can easily squeeze you to death. You can't fight it. All you can do is run. Push it away. I'm dead. Run as fast as I can. The creature yells angrily when it misses you in its fall, but hear no tumbling, just the leaves crushed by its paw, and then bent branches, tree bark torn to shreds, and the panicked birds. It gets closer. You make your turn and almost pull on the reins on the sight of another beast. Its limbs, as thick as T-trunks, are now taller than bumptious. And around the road, not on it. And are around the road, not on it. The beast's tower-like neck is devouring the leaves. Oh, is it a pebbler? Or its long tail now leaning the ground. There's a trail of broken plants and moose soil. The beast's skin is bumpy. Parts of it are brown, green, and red. You realize that your pursuer has also slowed down. For now, the giant ignores your presence. Even if it sees you next to you, you're like a fly. It's a dragon. Oh, it's just a dragon. There's only one way forward. You speed up and lean to one side, hugging Bumptious' neck. You feel your companion's warmth. The hooves get even louder. This blink of an eye lasts for years. You ride beneath the dragon's stomach, almost scratching it with your head. Soon after, the legs start to move, making the ground tremble. From the bottomless throat comes a roar that you've heard many times in the past. Hanging above you in the distant willows, your ears are aching. You're close. You close your eyes and clench your teeth. Your heart is pounding. We run. At the edge of the pond, you spot a moldy closed satchel hanging from one of the branches high above a trail. Like other trees in this part of the forest, this one's ridiculously wide, covered with dark, scaly bark. It would take time to climb up its slippery ledges. Lichens? I don't want to break anything inside. It may take some time, but I tether my horse. Yeah, let's do a quick save and then tether my horse. Climbing up the trunk without wrapping your arms around is difficult. After every 2 or 3 feet, you cut and tear away slices of bark, making new sticks. Once you reach the bag with the statue, you pull yourself towards it, breaking minor twigs. You pull the leather strap. After a few long, tiring minutes, you get back to the ground. Lichen? The foul smell hits you in your nostrils like a hammer. You ignore the old fruits coated with maggots and eggs, as well as a moldy shirt, but you kick away the small pouch. You cut it open, finally, 2 dragon bones. Oh boy, 2 coins. You let Bumptious loose, no shoal shows up to greet you. The door of the house is ajar. I go inside. The chamber was meant to only have 1 dweller, but even in Haviland, it would seem outrageously tiny. Air carries the scent of sweat and dirty clothes, but more importantly, smoke. A couple of fish and other pieces of meat are hanging above the hearth, even though there's no fire left. Eudocia is sitting on the floor with her back leaning against the wooden step, legs outstretched, feet resting on a wooden pillar. She's staring intensely at a smoking incense, though she extinguished it once you show up. I wait for her to say something. She ignores you for a good minute, then glances towards you. The house is a mess. If it bothers you, complain to the broth I made. Take a seat if you want. It's getting chilly outside. And you don't act like a bandit so far. If you need a place to crash, stay in my shed. Just don't carry any candles inside. I store hay there. Sit down as far away from her as I can. I sit next to her. I take a place on the wooden step near the fireplace. I sit down on her bed. I rest next. Quick save. Alright. I rest next to her on the floor. She nudges you with an elbow. Just don't get weird. So what do you want? The plague is no more. Tell her about the deeds. She stares at you in the distance without so much as gesture. She doesn't ask you a single question. It takes her a minute to form new words. So there was no hope for them, but now it's there for others. Thank you. Straight. Maybe it's time to offer her work in the city. She's shown you signs of trust, but you won't convince her with just a smile. The more you learn about the peninsula, the more arguments you have at your disposal. She puts her stuff away and looks at your ear, frowning. Are you taking off your mask? I simply think it's a good moment to have an honest conversation about our shared efforts. It may be, she says slowly. And I guess it means you're leaving soon. Come take a walk with me. While we're headed towards the gate, I tell her about my deal with the guild. You mentioned the merchants, the officials, and the high status of the enchanters among the city folk. She lets you speak without interruption, observing the surroundings. Still barefoot, and with a worn robe, she looks like a cook in an herbal garden. You approach the pond and she takes a deep breath. The geese in the distance are as gray as her irises. We're just in time. The air is still fresh. Her tone is hard to decipher, and she keeps taking long pauses. I built so much, and over so many years. Now you want to tie myself to some coin holders? Or even worse, to leave all this behind? You know how easy it is to suddenly disappear, just like Asterion. The peninsula is a dangerous place. City folk will start negotiations with the tribes as well. You don't have to be left out. They're close to the crag behind the residence, observing the heavy golem that's lifting large boulders and moving them aside. So far, it's formed a small pile of rocks that resemble its own limbs. You describe the support you've already gathered, as well as your further plans. I can either face the avalanche or wait for it to bury me, she summarizes, then lowers her voice. Knowing's going to honor my own will. Well, now I don't want to help the merchant. I want to help her. It's a dangerous place with little help to offer. I know that better than anyone. You mentioned the monsters you encountered, the collapse of the southern village, the undead of the White Marsh, the troll from the old camp in the Hag Hills, the plague, the missing hunters, her own fear of the bandits. She hesitates. I guess I ought to trust you with this one. What's your decision? You answer a few more questions about the city, but her doubts only grow. So all I've got is your word and the unspoken plans of puppeteers. For a few more breaths, you listen to the branches and grass trampled by your feet. Finally, Eudocia looks in the distance and gestures for you to follow her back. I can't agree to this, Dan. This is my home. My real home. I see. That sucked. Something needs to be done about the undead. You need a band, and I'll tear off your head sooner than bring him a threat to my tribe. You know just as well that this is wrong. I've had enough of people who do what they feel like doing. Are you witch that shadow? What I want is my tribe's safety, and their undead are dangerous. So I argue with Rentius. This means not a thing to him. He scouts you. What's your plan once you get to him? I want to learn what pushes him to do all this. He must have reasons. This may be a good first step. But then he needs some persuading, and I won't be as easy as you think. All I can do is find a way to let you into his house. You'll have to be one chance. If I can convince you, you can be trusted. Have anything to convince you? I need to meet with him. Back to Whitemarsh. Remember when I said I was going to stop? It's too good. A girl no older than 15, walking through the tall purple grass. After she notices your arrival, she runs towards the road, waving to draw your attention. Can I help you? Takes her a few more moments to reach you. Her clothes are baggy, appropriately so for age, but she's also rather scraggy for a laborer. She carries a slingshot and a simple backpack. After your question, she gives you a curious glance. Roadwarden, parents told me. But what does that one does, really? Hunt bounties? He wants to patrol the roads, travel between villages. Some roadrunners seek bounties, yes, but I do all sorts of things, whatever's needed. Oh, you're an adventurer, then. She makes an odd, displeased grimace, then sneezes and smiles at you. That makes sense. So you're a mercenary for sorts. They do follow laws with pays, right? Aren't you a soldier? You're part Pathfinder, part adventurer. I'm gonna say you figured it out. Guess there's a tiny reason to call you Roadwarden. Safe travels. That's how my job works. I go where others don't. Oh, he likes fish. Take a stroll and learn more about this place. What's the problem? Your nose, he scoffs. Don't loaf around. He harshly pulls you to the gate. Stick to your beast. You hear a few onlookers wonder aloud what you're looking for. People from other tribes are looking for spouses. Go to Helvius. Help purge the plague in old Hagos. Maybe time will things will return to normal. You did? He frowns. How, I ask? Not even Arentius could have helped. You start your long tale, but the mayor stops before paying attention for just a few minutes, pressing the cold, blunt side of his axe to his cheek. So some dangerous pagan spells, knowing the curses of the druids. Village may not last till spring. Oh. Maybe Thias is going to collect the debt now. When he mentions pagans, you can't stop yourself from peeking at the loud undead shells. I have a delivery. I don't need no more. Take it out of our village. You're not getting your dragons back. I wouldn't ask. The path from Foggy is long. Take it back to her or drink yourself, all I care. Tell me what she looks like. Oh, fuck this guy. After a brief exchange, he gestures from one of his guards to approach him and whisper something in his ear. I'll speak with her. You're doing the right thing. She's in tribe's debt. Doesn't deserve the right to leave before she's done her part. Yeah, this place fucking sucks. He doesn't trust me enough. Her blushing cheeks contrast the pale skin of her hands. I can't, she says after a longer moment. I thought about our previous conversation, Roadwarden. I'm not ready for such changes. Not just because my son deserves the peace we have now. I'd rather join a monastery than put pleasure above prayer. What do you mean, cure the plague? She keeps her voice low, but sparkling violet eyes betrays her utter shock. Are they just getting cold? Hey, Linus. I need a free room when I could spend nights. Just make sure everyone learns I'm useful. Something's changed. He seems nowhere in sight, and once you find him, his usual confidence is gone. As he leads you away from the others, he stares at the ground, and some of the neighbors scowl at you. There's a rumor I'm spying for an outsider. Better get back to your beast, or a smelly name will drop on both of us. It will. So be it. Persistent shouting voice wakes you up. Weak moonbeams squeeze through the smoke holes, but you have to proper look around to open the door. There are flickering torches at the main gate, accompanied by a solemn prayer. Put on your cloak and boots and leave the shed. Few of the locals, dressed in their regular worn muddy clothes, surround a large group of the undead, touching their half-rotten limbs, revealing rib cages and motionless heads. A hooded woman sonorously singingly begs for Right's guidance and protection. The man knows Orentius is standing beside the gathering, the revealed torso and walking stick beneath his shoulder. Every now and then he cuts his side or his back and fills a wooden bowl slightly. Then a follower steps closer, puts 2 fingers inside the liquid and takes it to one of the awoken creatures. The lights dance around them, casting shadows as you could swear you hide cruel spirits. You don't know how long you've been observing the ritual when the scar-covered man turns towards you. His innocent, sad eyes carry no judgment or reprimand, yet you suddenly notice how cold your calves and neck are. So they're using his blood to keep the undead in check? Not only do they wake the dead, they use blood magic. What happened to him? Before you reach the door, you think about Glossio's request. You saw no one on your way. You could spend some time looking around. Yeah. I took care of the cast with the cider. They don't need hard drinks anymore. You can tell your men to unpack the barrel. The plague is gone, we're safe. After his eyes return to you, he clears his throat and turns away. Old Pagos is safe. I wouldn't expect someone from Howlers to help another soul in need, he says while his hands clench the bottom part of his cloak, not since they're ruled by a tyrant. But it's not the first time this forest speaker has protected the peninsula from grave threat. And so did you, I guess. What do you know about the ruins? He freezes a good moment and finally takes a deep breath. Don't push me onto those dark grounds, Dan. I've been stepping on them for years and I still struggle. I need to know what happened. I do. Can't you see I'm in pain? I beg you, let me die with this shame. Aren't we friends? Stop it. Deal with the shame by being honest with me. He bites his lower lip and looks away. Oh, piss and shit, Roadwarden. Fine. What do you want me to say? That I was there, as well as my parents, and parents of others from our village? That Thaddeus wanted us to make an example of Steep House and told us to either help her or be next in line? He spreads his arms. I, the great uniter of the North. When we went there to be her myrmidons, left dust and hunger behind. The beast herds came after us, angry for the burnt and cut trees. Too bad once we happened, no soul wanted to deal with those two-faced weasel. We cut the flesh of innocence to save our own. Leave nothing from it. You flinch when he raises his hand and moves towards you, even though his gesture is not so much an attack as a way to let him out of some of his fire. Seeing your reaction, he slows down, but that only makes his voice louder. You already knew all of that, didn't you? You just had to test my wits for your games. Do you think you'll take the blood from my blade and wake up that fucking boy? The other people in the yard cease their work to observe you. You hear a child crying. You're a victim, not a villain. Thaddeus would have struck you with or without them, maybe kill you as well, but you're alive, and you try to put your life to good use. There are no words. He starts swallowing his tears. No words that can wash my dreams, Dan. I can't be forgiven. I can't fix anything. We'll speak another time. Having discovered the truth, you could force the people of Hallersdale to confront their past, though they may not take kindly to your threats. The more you learn about their deeds and conflicts, the more tools you have against them. I noticed that no soul in your tribe carries a weapon that contains iron or copper. There was a traveler here a year or two ago who was seeking ore on this land. He went to the eastern ravine, forging ground south of here. His tent is still there, but the shell went in the fogs. I'm gonna go to the old bridge and see if it lets me travel to the east. You don't see any easy way to make your move east. If there's any path you could take, it's completely overgrown. You wouldn't leave Bump just behind. The sun isn't harsh as long as no beast is going to bother you. You can expect a fair bit of carefree labor. After a few hours, you feel hungry, but you at least reach the game trail. Wouldn't it be wise to ride through a lush meadow? There are animal pits and molehills, and the ground is covered with old roots, rocks, and mounds. Putting more weight on Bumptious could turn any stumble into a broken leg. Finally, you follow a narrow game trail. The rest of the journey should be easy. The trail turns to a wider path and leads you to a rocky hill. Bumptious quenches for thirst, so you fill it up with water skin. The trees by the road still bear signs of past trimming, giving shadow to old herbal patches now overgrown. The vegetables were dug out by rabbits, and the apples in the ground are already rotten. You glance at the cave's entrance, and let out a sigh at the sight of bones. You could hardly squeeze inside. Fortunately, the path is clear. A ghastly screech cuts the air. You step back, dropping part of your equipment. A creature is running at you. The monster looks like a furless, gray, wrinkled human with stunningly long limbs. You've disturbed the lair of a corpse eater. Oh, shit. What do we know about corpse eaters? You can handle at least one of them with that axe of yours. Just remember to give it your all right away. Hurt the beast, and it's going to run away. They may be deadly, but they're cowards. Jump away and take a wide swing. I need to cut it deeply. Creature jumps at you right away with arms and legs spread and lethal hug. You're too slow to react. Its arms cling to your own, pushing them along. You barely stand straight as it instantly tears through your gamson on your back with its claws. The terrible stench doesn't help. I run at the rocks. You let out a scream and charge of the wall, making the monster's back hit it first. It lets out a terrified shriek. Its grasp weakens. You set yourself free. Hurt it as quickly as I can. Fail to surprise it. Shit. Turn to the cave. Search it inside. The unbodied keeper of the garden is standing still, with a dark cloak on their shoulders and eyeless face observing the woodlands. Their club, more than 3 times as tall as you are, is made of a single piece of rock. I see something among the rocks. One of the rocks placed at the statue does not belong there, a dark basalt the size of your fist. You look at the mountain peaks and let out a sigh. You could use such a rock to make blinding powder, but smashing it into dust won't be enough. You'll have to perform a ritual the right way. Ideally at the top of the mountain, or at least as high as you can get. How's the voice holding out? It does hurt. Fuck, I'm gonna die.
Okay. Seeing how steep this part of the road gets, you dismount. Actually, you know what? Let's just save. Let's do save. Okay, let's switch it up. Let's switch it up. It crashed. Hopefully that save went off. Potentially loud noise incoming.